There we go. So all sessions will be recorded. I even have a little sticky on my desk, y'all. Like I have a sticky to remind me to start and pause the recording at given intervals, but we will make sure that we get that done. So all of those recordings will be sent to you, or rather uploaded into the LMS as soon as they're available. I know that we had some questions last week about, well, these aren't coming in time. I'm on different hours. I need these in order to work. I want to make sure that it's clear to everyone that the expectation is that we're here together during this class time. The recordings are available and will be sent. And some folks who are in extreme situations, yeah, if you want to, follow up, with the recordings and get most of your information from there, that's fine. But they're really meant to be, oh man, what did Valerie say on Monday when she was talking about Excel CSV manipulation? I need to go back and rewatch that. In order to get credit for this course, you do have to be here today and come to at least most of our daily Scrum task sessions throughout the rest of the week. So I just want to make sure that that's clear for everyone. So the recordings are really meant to be, to go back and recapture information that you may have missed or that you need to gain better understanding of. So we do have our public Slack channel. We're going to use the same one that we were using last week. This is the October 2021 dev class. We're going to stick with that. In our public Slack, which is decisions-public, if you are able to join Slack, please do so. This is the best way to communicate with us. We will have Q&A every day in our daily Scrum meetings, but this is where you're going to get the ability to ask us questions anytime and have a trainer or a mentor interact with you there and provide you specific guidance about a problem that you're experiencing. If you are not able to join Slack due to maybe your organization rules, I know some companies don't allow people to install Slack. They don't want it on your computer. My recommendation would be use it on a personal device. You can get it on your phone, but that's going to be the best way to interact with us. So you will want to have access to that. Slack links, all documents, any documents that we share with you, we will share through the Zoom chat. We will put them in Slack and they will be available under the course content in Decisions Basecamp. And of course, if you have any questions throughout the week, most of the week, whenever we're doing instruction like this, it's going to be a webinar, kind of like we're in right now, where you don't have the ability to just unmute. However, we can always make that possible. So if you have a question, there is the hand raise function. I do have a fancy new AI camera for everybody. You may see me doing like weird hand gestures, but if I raise my hand at it, it's going to think I'm trying to tell it things. So, but raise your hand using the Zoom Slack function. Or post in chat. And if we need to have a verbal conversation, we can make it so that you can speak to us directly. Here we go. All right. So all of our course info is going to live in Decisions Basecamp. This is at learn.decisions.com. Your default password should be I love decisions and using the email address that you registered with. So if you've been with us in the past, and I see mostly at least names that I recognize, so everyone should be familiar with this, but if you have any questions, please do email training@decisions.com so that we can get you more information about how to get signed in or reset your password, anything to do with access to Decisions Basecamp. Go. All right. Here we go. Everyone did receive access to a training server. So in the welcome email, you were encouraged to install locally. If you were able to do so, that's awesome. If for whatever reason you end up with any technical problems, maybe things aren't working out, or you weren't able to do that either due to technical concerns, or like I said before, your organization doesn't let you install software, there is that training instance. It is in your welcome email. So if you need to know any information about that, look there. And if it's not working for whatever reason, again, just send an email to training@decisions.com so that Jada can help you get in. So shouldn't be anything totally new for us, but if we have any questions, comments, concerns about the way the class is going to work this week, Cool. I see none. So we're going to go ahead and get started. Just move all of my windows around a bit. So what we're going to start off with is the project that you're going to be working on this week is going to do with multiple integrations in decisions. So the first thing that we want to tell you about is how we interact with and manipulate CSV and Excel files in decisions. So this is something that we do a lot. You know, customers come to us and say, hey, we've been managing our data in a spreadsheet for years and years, and we want to change that. We want something more robust, something that can be a little bit more automated, but we've got to get all this information out of this spreadsheet, or this information comes to us in a spreadsheet and we have to transform it into something else. So there are many steps that we use in decisions to interact with Excel and CSV files. There is an Excel CSV section in the steps toolbox. So there are steps in the steps toolbox that are pre-made, ready to go for manipulating and working with Excel and CSV files. So we can create Excel and CSV files. You've probably seen this already just in the report viewer, or in the run report step rather. So if you run a report, its default output is an Excel file. I believe you can also choose a CSV file. But in addition to that, in addition to ways that we can output other information that we have as Excel and CSV, and create, manipulate, and transform spreadsheets using the steps in the steps toolbox. So we're going to look at some examples of that. So if we wanted to create an Excel or CSV file, so we're going to create one from nothing. We're going to take information that say we have in like a custom data structure and put it into an Excel or CSV file so that we can export it and put it into a different system. We can do that with create new Excel file. So we would input the file name, we would input the sheet name. So this is the actual tabs. Like if we were looking at this in Google Sheets, the file is the overall file itself. That's the name that we see up in the top bar. And then we have all the sheets down at the bottom, all those individual tabs of information that are subsets of that main sheet. And then we can create output file, or we can create the actual file information using other steps with the output file data that gets created here. So what this is doing is it's just creating the blank sheet. When we want to put information into it, we can use other steps to do that. So here in the flow that we see on the screen, we're creating a new Excel file. And then, as James called out in the chat, we're using a for each Excel or CSV row step to create a loop to set values into those rows. So here, the for each is going to go through every row that's in that sheet, iterating through, placing values into the actual Excel or CSV file. The set value is what actually gets used to place information into those individual cells. So we have a lot of inputs here. We can use those to make sure that we are incorporating all the information that we need into the specific cells and rows of that file as needed. We can also transform Excel and CSV files. We can say, okay, well, this is the file that I have. I want to change some information within it to do something else. So we can either convert that spreadsheet into a decisions composite type. And by composite type, I mean a data structure, a data member that's made up of other data members. So some other composite types that you're familiar with will be things like decisions accounts. The account is a composite type that's made up of other data members like user's first name, user last name, email address. We can convert from CSV to database mapping. So converting a spreadsheet to a decisions database stored composite type, and then configuring by the item mapping editor. So taking in a CSV object and then manipulating that to change the information on the sheet itself. So some final thoughts. Designers can use, designer users can create Excel CSV files and decisions. They can manipulate those same CSV files or others, and they can transform Excel CSV files into decisions composite types so that we can further our ability to manipulate and change the information within them. So to make all of that a little bit clearer, we're going to go through an exercise together. And we're going to use this pre-built project in the project section of the decisions documentation. So if you're on documentation.decisions.com, I know Jared mentioned last week, normally we're going to be looking at version 7 to get the documentation about the version of decisions that we're using. However, there's another section here called projects. And in here are all pre-built projects that you can use to gain a better grasp of it, a better understanding of how decisions uses this information. So we're going to go through this quick project together so that we can learn a little bit more about how decisions manipulates CSV data. So I'm going to share this with everybody. I'm going to go ahead and paste this in the Zoom chat. And in our Slack channels. Here we go. And feel free to follow along. You're going to have this link. So if you would like to, just watch what I do and then pick this up later, that's totally fine. I'm not going to check these projects for you. This is just meant to be a little bit of additional instruction, a little bit of additional information about how this works. So overview. This example lab demonstrates how to import decisions user accounts to your local instance from a CSV file. So this is the flow that we're going to be working with. And I'm just going to go ahead and import the project from down below so that we can see what we have to begin with. So I'm going to go to my local decisions. I'm going to download this zip file and import it here. Here we go. So it created this project folder for me, example lab, importing accounts. I have a flow, import accounts via CSV. Make this a little bit bigger. So please note the examples were developed to be instructional. We're not developed as officially supported components. Yep, we're not going to try to use this in production. But let's see what we've got. So use. The flow uses CSV file as an input and converts that file into account data. So once this is complete, the account data is used to individually create many accounts as requested by going through the for each step of this iteration, for each iteration. Once the flow is completed, a pop-up will notify you, and the password set for each account is test123. So to verify the flow is working, you can go to System, Security, Accounts, and see these users have been added. So let's go into each of these steps. So here, we're taking in a CSV file. Do I have the CSV file? That's the curious bit. Was it included? Hang on. It's been a few weeks since I've done this. I know that I know the answer. Hang on. I'm going to take this. Maybe it's saved as a unit test. Let me just take a look. No? Oh, it is. Yeah. So there's already a file in here. Excellent. Cool. Good deal. So it's going to take that file that's currently saved in here as a unit test. Here, the file type is called out as a CSV. So we could also import multiple types of Excel files. There's also the auto select. So if you're working with a production system and you have just like general public users who are going to be uploading stuff here, then you may want to use the auto select. However, if you know for a fact what type of file is going to be uploaded, set it to that file. If this is like an internal process, it's your employees, and you know, okay, it's always going to be a CSV, set it to a CSV. Less room for error, less computing power needed by decisions to try and figure out what kind of file this is. So question from Alfred, does it detect the encoding of the CSV file? So for example, UTF-8. So that's a good question. I'm not sure how exactly it does that determination. I'm assuming it uses the file metadata, like, or maybe even just the file extension it could be. However, no, I'm sure it's not the file extension. So you could be right. I'm not sure on the back end how it actually makes that determination. That's a good question though. So we're going to leave this set to CSV because I know that that's the file that I have. That's the file that's always going to go through this process. So the CSV delimiter is currently set to comma. So who can tell me, remind me from, way back to, computer science 101 from for some of us, maybe middle school or college. What do I mean here by delimiter when I'm talking about CSV files? So Christoph, absolutely right. It's the separator. So when we're talking about comma separated values, it literally means it's separated by a comma. The character that separates the individual pieces of text is a comma. We can choose some other different separators too. We can say a dot, a tab, a vertical bar, a pipe, semicolon, tilde. We can say these are the characters that go in between my individual data sets. So let me see. So when we're looking at this, if we were looking at it as text, if I start putting down some names, I'm just going to go for the names in the chat: Alfred, comma, Arjan, comma, who was it? Christoph, comma, and then me, Valerie. So now I have a set of 4 names, and because there is a comma in between each of them, and I've set that as my separator, that's what Decisions is going to use to say, okay, well, Alfred is a name, and Arjan is a name, and Christoph is a name, and Valerie is a name. Oops, don't do that. So if we wanted to set that to a different separator, like let's say that I know I have strings that include commas and periods and things within them, but I want those to be individual pieces of my, those are elements that I want to be grouped together and not separated by this process. So let's say I have like a full sentence in here. We can use something different, like, say the tilde to separate those values. So if you know that, okay, well, part of what I want to separate includes a comma as part of the individual members, then we would want to use a different separator for that, or a different delimiter for that. So the output data that it's going to come up with here is accounts. So it's going to take in this list of information in a CSV, and it's going to output an account, a list of accounts. And then for each of those, we're going to do some other information. So it's going to take each of those accounts. It's going to create those accounts in our decisions instance, and then show me a pop-up message about that. And then once we're done, we should see these 3 members created. So let's go ahead and we're going to do a debug using this unit test that includes the CSV file. And I can see that that has completed successfully. It didn't show me any pop-ups. I would need to go into this pop-up step and change something here. We can try that in just a moment. But my CSV to account data took in that CSV file, and it output these 3 data members. So it created these 3 sets of accounts. So Jane Doe through Tom James. After that, our for each step executed 4 times. So 3 times it ran through and actually created accounts. And on the 4th time it ran, it completed and went to the show pop-up step. So now we should be able to look in my system security and accounts and see those 3 individuals. So there's Tom, there's Jane, and John. So feel free to go through that exercise on your own. If you'd like to get a little bit more information about Excel CSV manipulation, this is something that we're going to do as part of this week. We're not going to do something exactly like that. I will go ahead and show you in the steps toolbox where we go to get more information or to see those Excel CSV manipulation steps. So I think data, yeah, so it's under the data category. And then Excel and CSV, we have all of these steps that we can use to interact with and manipulate Excel sheets, CSV files, spreadsheets of any variety. Let's see. So we have our create new Excel file. And where is it? And the for each Excel CSV row. So these are steps that you may end up using this week as part of your project. So this is a for each step. It's just like the for each step that we have here, except instead of going through any kind of data member we wanted to iterate through, it's going to specifically go through the lines or rows in a spreadsheet. So Alex asks, does the field parser recognize fields in quotes that may be containing the separator as part of the string and not split the field? For example, Alex, Shojit, comma Alex, Toronto is a row with 2 fields, not 3. So if you have a comma, so in your example, if we have a comma as part of the actual data member that you're not trying to separate, then you need to use a different delimiter. It will interpret that comma as a separator, and it will separate Shojit as 1 string, and then Alex as another with the quote, and then Toronto as a 3rd. So if we want to do that, we would need to replace the comma after the first or after the second quotation mark with one of these other characters. So like the semicolon, maybe. Good question. So even though the field is in quotes, as far as I know, I could be wrong about that, Alex. I'm pretty sure from my understanding of working with CSVs and decisions, I wouldn't try that. Even if it is in quotes, I would still go ahead and choose a different separator, do a find replace or whatever we would need to do to separate that to make sure that my process doesn't break. Cool. Good question. What other questions do we have? Oh, perfect. Okay. Perfect. Good deal. All right. Yeah, so Chris asks, not a question on CSV. All of the Google links in the requirements document are protected. Can we please get access? You will later. Please don't get into the requirements document just yet. We're not there yet. There's also going to be changes to that. So if you've already downloaded and you've started using that requirements document, delete it. Because while I'm teaching class this morning, Jared is making revisions to make sure that you have a smooth experience. So please don't get into the requirements document just yet. But yes, we will make sure that you get access to all of the required elements within it. Yeah, and then the issue about the database, that's actually what Jared is revising. So we realized this morning, like, that's going to be a problem for some folks. So Jared is making amends to that as of right now. So if you've already gotten ahead and looked into the requirements document, go ahead and remove those files. You don't want to confuse yourself and end up working off of an old version of that. So we're going to be introducing the requirements at the end of the day today. Here we go. So moving on to our next topic before we take a short break, we're going to talk about modules. So let me find my Zoom. So if you've worked in other kind of multi-purpose platforms before, so a huge part of my experience comes from WordPress. I worked in web hosting and web development. And so I spent an awful lot of time in tools like WordPress and Nextcloud and those kind of self-hosted, manage your business for you, do all of your stuff kind of platforms. And in all of those, a frequent component of those is additional functionality that is available but doesn't necessarily come with the platform. What are some words we use to describe those kinds of things, everybody? What are some words that platforms that you've used to describe those additional pieces of software, those extra bits of, so we have add-ons, those extra add-ons that you can include in that platform that don't necessarily come with the base install. What are some others? So we have libraries, plugins, absolutely. Extensions, I like it. Good deal. Modules, packages, absolutely. So these are all excellent examples. And in different platforms, it's called different things. But when you first install WordPress, you don't necessarily need the Jetpack extension. Or when you first install Nextcloud, you may not necessarily want the email client plugin. However, that functionality is available. It's something that's been built out by developers of that platform and is now available to you. If you want it, it's there and you can install it, but we're not going to take up system space for something that you don't necessarily need. And in decisions, we have the same thing. We call it modules. So modules in decisions are downloadable content, which adds features, including more functionality and customization to the platform. So there are many, many modules available. I don't have a number. It's less than 100 and more than a dozen, but I don't actually have the concrete number for this. And this is something that I was actually in a meeting last week. We're talking about, there's been a push internally to increase the number of these. Currently, decisions developers who work here, we have a bounty program right now to design more of these, to create more apps that are available for all of you. So for those of us who come from other, and this is me speaking to the decisions employees in the room right now, we all come from different industries and different backgrounds. We have different ideas about, man, if I had decisions in my other job 10 years ago, I could have done this really cool thing. Now is your opportunity. Create that thing, and you may even be able to collect a bounty for that. But we have an awful lot of modules already available. And as I mentioned, we are continuing to build out more. But these are extensions of functionality, things that don't necessarily need to come with decisions out of the box, but that are useful for a lot of users. So some key ones that we like to point out because we think they're pretty cool are Active Directory. So you may not want to administrate, and I can understand why you wouldn't, a separate account in your decisions instance for your users. So you don't have to. You can control those user profiles using an Active Directory plugin, as well as, I believe, the Azure module supports this. And there are SSO and SAML plugins as well if you use like G Suite that a lot of people do, like Decisions, to manage our user accounts. So you can integrate those into your Decisions instance, configure it so that it pulls your user profiles, places people into appropriate groups so that you don't have to do a whole lot of heavy user management. It's all taken care of for you by your integration to your already existing AD, SSO, SAML, whatever it is, platform. There's also AWS, which is extremely robust. You can use this to interact with your AWS elements. So if you manage hosting in Amazon Web Services, you can use this to automate creating servers, administrating accounts, access, maintaining your containers and buckets and all of the things that you do in AWS. Same with Azure. You can use decisions to automate your maintenance processes for your Azure hosting as well. When we get into more, okay, well, how can I extend the functionality of decisions to make my automated processes that I'm creating easier and better? We have other extensions like DocuSign, where we have functions in decisions to sign PDFs and to do those things all on our own. That is something that actually comes built in that you're going to use in a later course, in a later sprint here in this dev course. However, if you're already using DocuSign as a platform, or if this needs to be like specifically like legally binding and you need that additional like verified documentation of the signature, we have the DocuSign module that you can use for that, and many more. So let's go ahead and take a look at what modules we have available in the Decisions App Store to help us get started. So where I'm going to find this for me is under Getting Started. So this is my decisions landing page. And then from within here, where is it? Over here on the right, I have the App Store and it says check it out. So I can go in here. Oh, it opened up a new window for some reason. Can I open in a new tab? No, it's not gonna let me. Okay, hang on. This is new, so apologies, everyone. So here is the Decisions App Store right here in my local instance. I don't think it's ever opened up for me in a separate window before. I may have done an update and I don't recall. But here I have applications. So these are pre-built applications that have been created either by Decisions employees or by Decisions users that are now available for all of us to use. So if, like, let's say I'm creating a document approval process, an employee onboarding process, a mileage reimbursement process, I don't necessarily have to start from scratch. I can come in here and find these pre-built ones. Big asterisk, big caveat, we don't expect these to be production ready. This is kind of more of a proof of concept, or, oh, well, this is something I want to build out. I need something for mileage reimbursement. Why don't I start with the one that's here in the applications section, and then I can build it out and make it better. Continuing on, though, we have another tab for modules. So these are the modules that extend our decisions functionality. So it's not installing a process that was exported from someone else's decisions instance, and then I get a new project that I can either use or change. Our modules actually extend our decisions functionality. When I add or install one of these, it's going to create new steps in my steps toolbox. I'm going to get new functions that I can use in my processes. So some of the ones we've already spoken about, we have Active Directory, we have Azure, DocuSign, there's also Docker, Adobe Sign. Let's see, this one here, the financial, this is actually Excel manipulation extension. So it's called financial because it is typically used by folks in like financial services, but it's you know, it even has the little Excel icon there. It's useful in more ways than that. This is also, it extends our ability to manipulate Excel files. Continuing on, things like iCal, Jira. You're probably seeing some names that you know and some things that you use. The ever popular Salesforce that comes up, at least when I'm teaching, just about every day. Here we go. Good deal. Okay. And one that we're going to be using as part of this project, and for sure, sorry, y'all bear with me just a moment. Okay. So looking through the list and look in your own decisions instance, take a look through some of those modules. See if you come up with any questions about those. Some of those I'm not going to have a lot of experience with. Some of these I haven't used. We can take a look in the details for each of them to find out more information. But what questions we have about modules in general? You can try to ask about specific ones I may know. But general questions about modules in decisions so far. Rearrange my windows. So while we're taking a look, I'm going to do a little bit more talking, show some slides. So once we've installed a module, like I said, it adds steps. We get extra steps in the steps toolbox, extra functionality that we didn't have before. It's not a project that gets installed, kind of like we did with the, so to put this in context, so the error handling project that you used in the previous sprint, that would be more like one of the applications. So if I'm looking through the list of applications and we have the mileage reimbursement, it's gonna be like that. I'm actually gonna get a project folder, and within it are flows and things that I can use to implement that. But a module actually creates additional steps. So this is the QR codes module that is available in the App Store that we can install. It gives us a new folder in the steps toolbox that I can use to give myself additional functionality to create QR codes. Yeah, so on YouTube, I've seen some AI modules present, but nothing here like AI ML module present. So I'll have to look into that one. If I remember right, there was a module involved, but there was also an application, an actual project that someone else built. I didn't see that talk myself. I know that that was one, I believe we did at Decisions Days, but I heard about it. So I'll see if I can get you some better info about that. I'm gonna write that one down. Good question. So can you comment on the advantages of using module X over using REST calls to the same application? Sure. So using the actual module, Decisions developers will have made it so that it's easier than just setting it up for yourself. So if you just use the REST call, you're going to end up, configuring the REST call, defining all of those API calls yourself. You're going to have to go look through the documentation. Whereas if you just use the module, somebody else has already done all of that work and they just made a step for it, which for me is huge. But also if there are any like pitfalls or anything, another developer may have already resolved that. If there's going to be something that's going to cause trouble, they may have already encountered it and gotten past it. So it's less work on your end. But absolutely, there are going to be times where, I don't want to use the module. I'd rather just make my own API calls. And that's totally fair. Cool deal. So once a module is installed, designer users have added flow steps in the flow designer that they can use to interact with that process. Makes interactions between decisions and a module easy, and module flow steps are found under the integration category. So important to note that things that are within the integration category are at least usually, big asterisk, not searchable. So if I'm looking for steps to do with QR codes, I'm probably not going to be able to search for them and find them. I would need to go into the integration category in the steps toolbox to find those. So just keep that in mind. Things that are here in integration, usually big asterisk, are not searchable in the search bar in the steps toolbox. So the overview for modules, they add features and functionality to your decisions instance. These are found in the features folder, and module flow steps are found in the integration category and usually are not searchable. So We've had some good questions. That's modules. We've talked about CSV manipulation. We're taking it kind of easy this morning. Basically, what we're doing, just to give everybody a heads up, I mentioned that Jared is working on some revisions to the actual project. We're getting through kind of the easy classes right up front while he makes those revisions. And then we're going to talk about the more difficult topics, database integration, restoring databases, the things that are still kind of up in the air after lunch once he's got the solutions for us. So we are going to go ahead and take a 15-minute break. Go ahead and do that. And then when we get back, I'm going to talk to you about relating data structures until lunch. So any questions about anything that we talked about this morning before we go? Cool. Good deal. Well, everybody, I'm going to go ahead and put a 15-minute timer up on the screen. I'm just going to get signed into my YouTube. And when we get back, we're going to talk about relating data structures, which is something that we briefly covered in the business analyst course. But we're going to go a little bit deeper this time and how we actually use those as developers. Okay. Sorry, everybody. I apparently don't have my YouTube password, so there's going to be ads. And it's election week in Virginia, so they're going to be awful. Oh, not bad. Okay, cool. We can go with that. Cool. 15 minutes, everybody. I'll see you when you get back. So we're going to talk about relating data structures. So to start us off, what is a table? Is this something that we know? So every decisions data structure that we create, we can think of as a single table in a database. That's how it works on the back end. That's functionally what we do with it, is that it's a single table with rows and columns that contains some information. So this is a two-dimensional structure composed, as I said, of rows and columns that represent a set of data. So a row, that's, one of these, the actual row inside of, when it looks like an Excel sheet like this, a spreadsheet, is also referred to as a record or an element, and that represents an item in a data set. So customer is the table. Those are the types of items that we're dealing with in this table. Each element or record, each row, is an individual item of customer. So the column represents a unique attribute like customer ID, name, email, age. And those are going to be the same in each row for the actual item that that's referring to. All values in a column must conform to the same data format or type. So in this case, like age here, that's going to be an int. So everything that's in the age column needs to be an int so that the database or the table can recognize it correctly. So here we have an example table. Like I said, this is a customer table. That's the object that we're dealing with. Excuse me, I'm so sorry. Just a moment, everyone. So that's the object that we're dealing with, is customer. And each row is an individual record or element of customer. So it starts with an ID. Now, this is important. This is important to us when we're talking about relating data structures to one another. Whenever you're creating a decisions element, part of the entity framework for most decisions data structures is it will automatically create that ID for you. It's typically that 16 character separated by dashes decisions GUID. Sometimes you may want to create your own. There may be cases where, no, I want to specify exactly what the ID is, and you can do that. But for the most part, the entity framework is going to take care of that for us. Starting with database structures, the simplest of the data structures that actually save records to the database. The only additional field it creates as part of the entity framework is the ID field. And then it just goes up in complexity from there. You'll remember from dealing with your flow execution extensions, one of the most complicated data structures and decisions, that it creates like 20 additional fields, all kinds of extra stuff in there. But at the minimum, when we're talking about relating data structures to one another, we need that ID. That's what we're going to use to identify this record for Dan Handsome or this record for Amanda Lisa to be different from other records in that same table. So when we're relating data structures, we're going to use those IDs to link other data structures together. So table relations are links via foreign key that connect two associated tables. Relationships allow relational databases to split and store data in different tables while linking those disparate data items. So here we have our customer table from the previous slide, and now we have an orders table. And in that orders table, we have its primary key, which is the ID. And then we can also relate it to the customer who has placed the order by using the customer ID in this table as well. So as developers, when we're creating this process, once I've created my customer table, I need to create an additional field in my orders table that is customer ID, and then programmatically within my flow, place that customer ID inside the orders table so that I can relate that back to the customer. This prevents us from needing to duplicate data. So in my orders table, I don't need to have fields for customer name, email, and age. I've got all of that stored in my customer table, and I just need to reference that customer's ID in order to have all of that information available to me. So the way we do this in decisions, with kind of our base structure, in this case being customer, I just define the fields that I want. So we have name, age, and email. But then whenever I'm creating tables that are going to need to reference that original table, I need to actually use my development power to add an additional field of customer ID, which should be a string, that I can then use to programmatically grab the ID from the customer table to place in here so that I can reference those things together. So that's how we create that relationship between these two objects. So I can say, okay, this customer has these multiple orders, or this order belongs to this customer. So let's go ahead and we're going to do an example together. So for this one, I am going to go ahead and export this for everybody. Yeah, here we go. Just a moment, I'm going to delete this. And then this one. So this is a small project that I built for my last class it's loosely based on one of our old bake-off projects. So if you went through the developer course at any point in the past, this may be a little bit familiar to you, but I'm going to go ahead and export this and share it with everyone so that you can follow along if you want to. There we go. So I'm putting that in the Zoom chat for everyone, and I'm also going to drop it into our Slack channels. Here we go. So I'm going to give everyone a moment to download and import that if you want to follow along with me. integrated everything together, didn't I? Cool. So this project's a bit of a mess. It was created as a demonstration, so I didn't actually do the folder scaffolding properly. However, instead of walking you through like an hour of setting this up, we're just going to use the one that already exists, and I'm going to show you the relevant parts. So while you're downloading and installing, I'm going to show you a couple of cool things about this. So I'm going to start with the forms because this is a part that I'm not going to demonstrate how to do directly, but this is actually really cool. So for each of my elements that I'm going to be working with, so I'm going to have manufacturers of software, the software itself, and then multiple versions of that software. So think about Microsoft. They make multiple versions of Microsoft Office. So manufacturer has many Microsoft Office has many versions, or manufacturer has many software products, and then that software product has many versions. So think Adobe Photoshop is one of the examples that we use. So Adobe is the manufacturer. They make a whole suite of software to do with graphical design. One of those pieces of software is Photoshop, and there are many versions of Photoshop available. So for those, let's say that Adobe comes out with a new product, and I need to create that. So I have this form that I've made, and I use the generate form element in Decision. So if you don't know, you can always just quickly generate a form for any data structure that you have by right-clicking on it and saying generate data form. But then I made some changes to this. So I added a drop-down field that will select for the actual manufacturer that they are using. And you can see that its input, the input for this drop-down is a flow. This is something that isn't defined statically. I'm using a flow to go out and say, okay, find me all of my manufacturers, or, oh, I guess I didn't add the other. Oh, that's unfortunate. Did I do it on the version? If not, if we have time at the end, I'll show you how to do that because it's pretty cool. Stop. I expect that we will have time. Aha, I did it here. Okay, so for software, I'm using a fetch step that is built in for the software data structure. So if we go down to user defined types, I find my database structures. I'm going to find my software section. And in here are all the steps that have to do specifically with the software data structure that I created. So in here, I can say get all, I can create new ones, and interact with the elements of that data structure here. So I use the get all software. This just returns a list of results, and it's a list of all the software elements that I have in my data table. Then I use this list concat step to add the word other to it. And so if we're trying to say, okay, well, this is a software that doesn't exist yet, we can add a new one by selecting the other. So I'm going to assume that everyone who's going to follow along has already imported that, and I'm going to go ahead and start talking to you about how this project actually works. So I've mentioned the 3 data structures that we have: manufacturers, software, and version, and I'm just going to show those to you briefly. So if we edit define data structure, manufacturers has 2 fields, name and address. No ID fields. I don't need to create that because this is a database structure in Decisions, the database structure custom data structure type. It's going to automatically create an ID for me. That's the only extra field that it's going to create aside from the 2 that I've added, but it's going to go ahead and do that. So I don't need to worry about creating an ID manually. After that, as a subset of manufacturers, we have software. A software has size, purpose, name, and manufacturer ID. Now you'll notice that software ID is not a field that's defined here. This is a database structure, so it's automatically created for me. I don't need to account for that. But in order to relate a software to manufacturer, I had to add this manufacturer ID field. So that gets created or programmatically added to this data structure when the software element gets created. And then version, we have version identifier, which would be 16.4, 365, 2010, things like that. And then the software ID to relate it to the software data structure. So those are the three data structures that we're working with, and they all have elements added to them to relate them to other data structures in this project. We've also created some reports that should allow me to view individual elements of those data structures and some forms and flows to create additional ones. So what we're going to do is I'm going to go ahead and show you how we now use those three data structures. So software and version have the elements of the data structure that comes before it, for lack of a better word, from the top level of our informational tree to relate it to those. So we're going to do all of the rest of this in the page designer because I'm going to be using report viewers to demonstrate this. So Sheshadar asks, so these IDs have a permanent structure for naming, or can we also edit these names headers of IDs? So by the design that I'm using the ones that decisions create. So the decisions, GUID, which looks like this. So that's the ID that I'm using. But like I mentioned in the slides, if I didn't want to use that, I could programmatically create additional IDs. I could make them look in a format that I want, but it would be a separate field from the decisions ID. We're always going to have the decisions ID, but you could create an additional one if you wanted to. And then Alex asks, are the primary keys created automatically by concatenating the name of the table and the string ID? So no, we're defining those manually, programmatically in our flows. So it's not going to pick up. So once I have software ID in my version data structure, it's not going to say, oh, go to the software field, go to the software data structure and find that ID field. I have to program that in my flows. So let's go ahead and take a look at how that looks, because that's a great question. So we're going to skip over create manufacturers because literally all it does is says, okay, these two fields, name and address, make that. Once we get into create software, our show software form. So let's take a look. So our show software form has the manufacturer ID field, and it uses this flow to collect those. So it's going to display for us the names of the manufacturers. Now, then the flow is going to use that manufacturer name that our user selects in the drop-down box to go out and find the actual ID of the manufacturer. And then when it creates the software, it places that ID in the data structure. So we do a fetch to find, hey, go find the manufacturer whose name matches Microsoft, and then place its ID into that ID field. So let's see how this works. I'm going to do a debug here. Shows me my form. I have my manufacturers, Microsoft, Apple, and Adobe. I'm going to go ahead and actually add an Adobe one. What should this be? This is going to be Captivate. Training element design. And its size is 555 bits or whatever. I can't remember what the intention was here, but it was meant to be like file size. So I'm going to go ahead and add that. Once my form runs, my fetch entity step is taking the name Adobe, and it searches, it says, okay, go out to the manufacturer's data structure, find me the manufacturer whose name is Adobe, and then it matches that ID. So this is the ID that we've got, and it starts with FDAA, ends with 1188. We'll try to remember that. When we get to the create software step, this is where we're actually writing to the software data structure. It says, okay, create the software element. And then it takes in all of these inputs. And the manufacturer ID is the one that we collected in the previous step. So FDAA 1188. And it places that into that data structure in the manufacturer ID field. So programmatically, we went and found the ID for manufacturer, and then as part of our create step in our flow, we added it to this software element so that it can relate those two items. And so I just created a new type of software. Now I need to add some versions for it. So I'm going to go ahead and don't save, go. We're going to add a new version. So here, one more time, I'm going to debug, It shows me my software version form. I'm going to choose Captivate, the one that I just created. And I don't actually remember what the versions are for this. So I'm going to go ahead and say that this is version 200. When I create that, my fetch entity step is going out to the software field. It says, okay, so the name of the software that we're working with is Captivate. And then it looks up what the ID is for Adobe Captivate. And it's going to place that 0f65 into our new entity. So it places that ID into the new software version entity so that anytime I'm working with, Captivate version 200, it knows then that it is a version of Adobe Captivate and that Adobe Captivate is manufactured by Adobe by placing those fields into my data structures. So if you're following along, feel free to go ahead and add some software to your catalog. None will have come through when you did the import export. So you'll need to create some manufacturers. We can go ahead and do that. This one's pretty simple. So we're just going to add some names and addresses. So I'm going to add Google and 123 Google it way. To do that. And while folks are adding, I'll keep an eye out for additional questions. So Alex, I must ask again, is the name of the primary key defaulted to concatenating the table name and the string ID? No, it is not. So we create that manually. So let's take a look at these data structures. So manufacturers has no ID field defined. This gets automatically created by decisions. So the ID field is part of the entity framework. I don't have to create it here. But in the additional fields, the ones that I want to be related to manufacturers like software, I do define manufacturer ID. Now, this is just a field. I've just named this field manufacturer ID. We could call it banana. We could call it anything. Decisions will not go and look up what that ID is without me telling it to. The way that it does that is in the flow for create software. We have a drop-down form that asks us, okay, go find all the names of the software manufacturers, put those in the field. I select the one that I want. And then I use the fetch entity step to look up my manufacturer's table and filter by the name. And then it exports that as the manufacturer. Then in my create software step, the manufacturer ID is using the manufacturer that I looked up to place the ID into that field in the software table. So I hope that helps. If that doesn't explain it, please continue to ask. I will do my best to explain, or I can allow you to speak and we can talk about it. Cool. All right, so now let's see how we can use this a little bit further in practice. So right now we're just creating elements. So I've added a few. And now I actually want to report on those. I want to use that information in a way that's related to each other again. So I'm going to create a dashboard, and I've already kind of started. I rolled it back. But what I'm going to do is I'm going to add 3 report viewers down here that I can use to view my actual elements in my software inventory and be able to select a manufacturer. It shows me all of its software. Select a software, it shows me all of its versions. So this should be pretty cool. So I'm going to drag 3 report viewers onto my page. And for each of those, I've already created the reports, but I'm going to show you how to actually configure them. So these reports should exist in the export if you're following along. But the one I want to show on the farthest left is kind of the top level if we're thinking about this as a tree of information. So that's going to be the manufacturer report. The one in the middle is going to be the software. So I'm going to go ahead and pick and grab that software report. And then the one on the farthest right is going to be the versions. So we should be seeing kind of a waterfall as we select different elements in these 3 reports. So I'm going to compulsively save. And then I'm going to start making some changes to each of these. So in the manufacturer report, I'm going to go ahead and edit. And I have 2 fields included here, just the name and the ID. So then you'll notice that if you imported this from my version, that the ID is not visible. So I've already made it invisible. So this is not human readable. I, as a human being, can't look at this ID and know at all what it's talking about. So this isn't something we would want to show to our users. However, it is important for the report. So if you remember when we talked about selection buses before, I need this ID field here so that my other reports can use them. So what I'm going to do by selecting the ID field, I'm going to go ahead and make it invisible. It's still here. It's just not being shown to my user. And then I'm going to scroll down to the bottom of the settings section and select send data as filter change source. And I've created a variable here called manu ID or manufacturer ID that I can use as the selector for this selection bus. So we want to define a variable here in our send data as filter change source that other elements on our page can use to select by the ID of our manufacturers. So once I've made that change, I'm going to go ahead and save. And then I'm going to move on to my software report. Now, this is where it starts to get complicated. So the manufacturer side of this has always been kind of simple. It's 2 fields in the data structure. The ID is automatically generated for us. I'm not really having to do anything complicated there. Now, the software report kind of gets it from both ends. It has to look up from manufacturers, and version's going to be looking up from it. So we're going to define configure 2 things on the software report. So I'm going to go ahead and come in here, and you'll see that I have 3 fields. So I have ID, which is invisible. I'm going to go ahead and show that. Manufacturer ID, which I'm going to go ahead and show as well, just for the sake of example, and then the name. So manufacturer ID, if you look at these 2 reports side by side, they're going to match. So the manufacturer ID actually ties to the manufacturer that we see in that other data structure. So this one we can go ahead and make invisible. I'm going to go ahead and make the ID invisible. And then for the ID on this one, we're going to set it up the exact same way we did the manufacturers. We're going to scroll down to the bottom of the settings portion, and we're going to say send data as filter change source. And we've defined a variable here. And I don't think I have my ditto working. So I'm going to use a notepad to save these things just so that I don't lose them. I usually use a clipboard manager, but I had to reformat my computer a couple of weeks ago and I haven't turned it back on yet. So for my software selection bus, I've got this soft ID that I'm using to tell decisions that it should be referencing the ID field for the software data structure. Now, manufacturer ID is also here. Now I need to configure this so that it will look to the other report, use the selection bus that we used before, that manufacturer ID, and then show only records that are related to that manufacturer here in the software report. Excuse me, just a moment, everyone. All right. So we need this report to use that manufacturer ID to grab its selection bus and then only show me software names that are by that manufacturer. So the way that we're going to do this is with a filter. I believe it's a field filter. Yeah. So we're going to say field filter. We're going to go to manufacturer ID, and we're going to say manufacturer ID equals. And then we're going to put in here, I believe, I might be getting this wrong. I believe we put the actual like value in here. However, let's not for right now. I think that this is wrong because I know that one thing we need to do is actually change the filter name to match our selection bus. So that is required, I know. I think the value may need to be there, but I honestly can't remember off the top of my head. But I do know that the filter name needs to be the name of the selection bus. So I'm going to go ahead and set that. Once I've done that, I'm going to go ahead and save. And I can move on to my version report. So this one, kind of like manufacturers, we're only grabbing things from manufacturers, and it's using its selection bus to gather other things. The version report is only looking up. Nothing else is going to need to use its ID to gather any other information. So the only thing we're going to do on this report is add the field filter. So we've already got our software ID in here. I'm going to go ahead and add another field filter for software ID equals, and I'm going to set its name to be our software ID selection bus. So can you use a rule filter in the report to filter by selection bus? I'm going to say maybe. I know that this is the typical way that you would do that. I'm going to say maybe. I'm not sure. So once I've defined that, though, I'm going to go ahead and save. And I'm just going to test this. I think I've got this right. I may need to add something into those values on those field filters. I don't think so, but we may need to go back and take a look. At any rate, let me just go ahead, and this should be functional. Cool. So I have my software dashboard report. Right off the bat, it's showing me my manufacturers. If I've done this right, I should be able to select one of these manufacturer names and then have it show me the software that's available for that manufacturer in the center column. Nope, cool. Okay, so to the dashboard, back to the software report, and on our field filter, I'm going to add that selection bus here. Oh, this is it. This is what it is. I'm so sorry, everyone. It's not the value. It's the runtime behavior. I always forget this one. So the runtime behavior, right now it says not runtime editable. For that, we need to say get values from other reports. So that should be the trick here, is in the runtime behavior on the menu ID field filter, we need to say get values from other reports. So now, let me just test this before I make a change to the version report. Cool, good. So now when I select my different software manufacturers, I get a list of the products that they create here in the center column. Now I need to do the same thing for the version report. So I'm going to go back into the version report on its filter, select that runtime behavior to get values from other reports. And now, when I look at my software dashboard, I can select my individual softwares and see only the versions that apply to them. So this is how we use those related data structures. Photoshop 16.5 is related to the Photoshop software name, which is related to the Adobe software manufacturer. And we did that programmatically as developers by defining the IDs of the higher level data structures inside the lower level data structures, and then adding those IDs as part of our flows. So everyone take a few minutes, play around with that if you were following along. Feel free to ask questions. We can allow folks to unmute. We can share screens and see if we can get a little bit better understanding of how this works. So how does it know the report name? So it doesn't know the report name. So what it knows, and this is something that should be pretty familiar to us from our work with selection buses before, but whenever we use a selection bus, it places that ID and the variable in the actual URL. And so when we tell this thing to get values from other reports, use that, that selection bus ID. So here in the software section, it knows that it's looking for menu ID. So it goes to the URL, finds menu ID, and then uses what's behind the equal sign there. Yeah, so for the filters on the reports, use this one. So we added a field filter. So it's field filter manufacturer ID. We changed the name of the filter to be our selection bus, and then set it to get values from other reports. So is it possible to create a single report and use 3 data structures as a data source? It is not. So we can only add our one data source to that report. So if we wanted to merge those together and show them in a single report, we would need to use a flow to concatenate them into a single data source and then report on that. However, typically the way that that is done is with these like multiple report structures, like what I'm showing you on the dashboard. So typically this is the way that we would do that. If we wanted to show kind of disparate information that doesn't actually need to be stored together. Yeah, that's right. So the filter name must be the name of the selection bus. But typically we would use these kind of cascading report viewers in order to view those disparate pieces of information. So what is the work of values then? So earlier we used selection bus. Yeah, so I started to put it there and then I caught myself, Ariane, I apologize. Yeah, anything in the value in the field filter. Yeah, so we don't put anything in the value for the field filter. So here in our report, when we go to that field filter, I don't have anything in the value. So it's getting that from the filter name and the get values from other reports in the runtime behavior section. Yeah, so that's one that I created, Phil. So that's the selection bus that I used on the manufacturer report. So in the ID field, you can set this to whatever you want. So that's a variable that you set as your selection bus. So in the field filter on your other reports, you're going to add just a regular field filter for the manufacturer ID, but then you name it whatever your selection bus is. Great questions, everybody. So I know that this was one that was tough for me to wrap my head around at first. Like I said, this was kind of loosely based on like our old second bake-off, which would have been Sprint 2. Before we overhauled it, we used to have you build the software inventory system. However, you will still be relating data structures in this project and lots of projects going forward. This is something that we do a lot, and it is kind of difficult to wrap your head around. I know that for me and for Brian too, we both come from like traditional SQL backgrounds, and so this was hard for us because we're thinking like, oh, this is wait, but we're using primary and foreign key, but we're not really using them the way that I'm used to them. So I know that this can be tough. So please do fire away those questions. Let me get you all some resources as well. This may even be a project. Let's see. So will it work if we add the selection bus filter at the dashboard level, but not in the report level? So you can only add the selection bus to the report, as far as I know. The dashboard is just a container. It shows us those other elements. So it doesn't matter if you go in through the report designer directly or through, edit this report on the report viewer step. Either way, you're modifying the same report. Ooh, that's complicated. Let's see. So when clicking on a report's record, can the dashboard be updated accordingly? So it depends on what you mean by updated. Ala, if you can elaborate on that for me. So like by updated, so when I look at my dashboard, whenever I click my individual elements, my elements are changing. And so now do you mean actually like change those records? Like if I click on Office, if I wanted to change that to say like, to say something else, that's what you mean? Okay, so everybody, let me open this one up to the class because this may be familiar to you. It's not something that we've used like directly, I don't think. However, this is something that we've talked about before. So everybody tell me, who knows if I wanted to say right click on one of these elements and change Office to be, Meta or whatever we're doing this week in the tech world, how would I go about doing that to add that action so that I can right click here and make changes to that actual data element? Which element in decisions would I use to achieve that action? Bingo. We would add the user action in the configuration folder. So adding it to the data structure that's very, very close. That configuration folder is going to be in your data structures scaffolding folder. It gets created alongside the data structure. But yeah, so if I wanted to add those actions, I would do that in the configuration folder. So I would add an action to, update Office, and then I could create a form or another process that I can define what I want to change and then actually update the information that's there rather than just reporting on it. Very good. And so for everybody, here is some documentation on this parent-child reporting. This should help walk you through other examples if you want to get a little bit more information about that. I'm going to put these in Slack. So is the configuration folder created for every kind of data structure? No. So let's look to the documentation. So this is one that I do want everybody to bookmark. If you have not bookmarked the understanding differences between data structures, you will want to do that. Because in here, we have the data structure matrix. And so we have, the configuration folder line. So we get configuration folders by default with entities, external entities, folder extensions, flow execution extensions, case entities, and defined data structures. That's new. I'm gonna have to look up what they mean by that, because that's generally how we refer to all of these things. So I'm gonna have to look that up. However, database structures and leased database structures have them available, but that's not by default. We would actually have to go into the settings for the data structure, select the allow add user actions, I think it's called, option in there to create the configuration folder. But this is what we all use, like decisions developers, when we're trying to like plan out our project. Okay, what do I need? I need state tracking. I need a configuration folder. So I come in here and I match those things up and choose which data structure I need for my project. But yeah, so this row will tell us all the ones that get data structures by default or have the ability to add them as part of the decisions entity framework. Excellent questions, everyone. Cool. So today is a little bit out of order. If you look at the agenda, we're not doing things in the exact way we're going to do them. We want to make sure that we've kind of got all of our ducks in a row and that we know what we're going to be doing with our projects this week. So what we're going to do now, instead of continuing on, we're going to go ahead and head to lunch. We are going to keep to our schedule. So be prepared. We'll probably still end up finishing early today, but we want to make sure that everybody has enough time for lunch and that we have enough time to set our plans in motion and know what we're going to be doing after lunch. So we're going to go ahead and release, but we are going to stick to the scheduled lunch time. So we're going to be returning at 12:30 Eastern US time. So that's about an hour and 20 minutes from now. So at 12:30, we'll come back. We will continue on with our day. We're going to talk about integrating with decisions. We're going to talk about multi-threading and parallel processing, unit testing, using the profiler, and then we will introduce your projects for this week. So enjoy your lunch, everybody. I'll see you in about an hour and 20 minutes at 12:30 Eastern US time. Enjoy it, and I'll see you then. So I'll show you some steps that you can use in decisions to reset that data, but I'll show you a different way using the query editor at the end of today if you truly want to eliminate any trace of that info. So two types of integrations. So whether it's a local database or a database that lives on a different server, if we're using data that isn't part of a decisions data structure, we would need to integrate with that database so that decisions has access to it. This is very common when we're working with any kind of software development. If you've ever made a website before that was anything more complicated than just straight HTML and CSS, you've also done a database integration. At some point in that, you have to define what your database name is, what server it lives on, and the username and passwords for that, so that that website can have its backend. This is something that's pretty commonly done in the tech world, and Decisions works the same way. Now, your Decisions instance, whether you installed locally or using one of the training servers, also has a database backend, and it is integrated with that database so that when you're writing things to Decisions data structures, it's actually writing to a database that it controls, that it uses to house all of its information, so that when you open up a Decisions element, it can show you the information that you actually need to see on that screen. So we can connect to all different types of databases. So MySQL, Azure, Open Database, Postgres, MySQL, apparently with some additional software installed where you have to install a DLL apparently, but we can work with all of these different types of databases. Whatever type you are working with, you will be able to connect that with Decisions, to be able to use that information, to programmatically modify it, make changes to it, pull it in, and work with it as part of your process. Another type of integration that we do is APIs. This is something that we've talked about in the past. You will be using an API integration as part of this project, but in this one, we're going to be using it in the form of a module. So we're going to have a module that we install that you're going to use to integrate with the United States Postal Service. Now, integrations with APIs and Decisions can go both ways. We are sometimes calling out to external systems, and sometimes external systems are calling in to Decisions to send information through a flow, or to gather information, maybe to run a rule and get the answers it needs back. So sticking with databases for a bit, though, because this is primarily what we're doing this week. When we're doing a database integration, we're going to define what permissions our Decisions instance should have on that database. And this is common whenever you're doing a database integration with any other kind of technology as well. You have specific permissions for your user, and then you give that user, say, hey, maybe you can only read information. I just want you to be able to call out and get that information back. Or maybe you only want it to be able to write information. I don't want this system to be able to read anything from that database, but I want it to be able to send a query into it to write a new row. Maybe you want it to be able to edit existing rows, and maybe you don't. And we have the ability to define all of that when we do our database integration. These are all permissions that we give to the agent. So we provide those parameters and say, okay, this is what you're allowed to do with this database, and then it will only be able to live within those parameters. We can, using the query editor, run straight SQL queries. If you know how to write those, if you want to write those, we can do that. And there are also steps available in the steps toolbox to allow you to send just a direct SQL query. So there are I forget what it's called. I think it's called raw SQL in the steps toolbox, but that is available if that's something that you ever need. Now, whenever you do a database integration, it's going to provide you with a connection string. And if you remember, when you're working in flows, there's always those two available properties that are available whenever you do select from flow, or you look in the data explorer. So you have the flow data. That's everything that Decisions knows about itself at the time that that flow is running. That's where you're going to get things about what time was this flow run, and who's the current user, and who kicked off the flow, and get all of that default info. There's also the database section at the bottom. And in there, you can view all of the connection strings that are available to you if you needed to call one of those as part of your flow. But the connection string contains all of the details that Decisions needs to connect to that server. So it's got the server host name, the database name, and the credentials, the username and password that you're using to connect to that database so that it can gather that information, write that information to that external DB. Cool. So whenever you do create that integration, just like with other items that we've added to decisions before, either when we create custom data structures or when we add a module, we get additional steps added to the steps toolbox that we can use to interact with that specific database that we get in the steps toolbox. So what we're going to do now is we're going to try to put all of this into practice. And because we changed the requirements for this project today, instead of doing an example that's not related to the project, we're going to take a look at this live, what you're actually going to be doing this week. And we're going to start to set this up together because this is going to be new to me. It's going to be new to all of you. Let's do it all together as a group to make sure that we have the information that we need and that we get ourselves off on the right track. So I'm going to have us build a flow today that is going to make a call out to a database and pull information in. And part of this flow is going to be to remove the records that already exist. So I'm going to show you the requirements document. This isn't quite ready yet. Don't go to and download it just yet, but I'm just going to walk you through it very briefly just so that you have an idea of what we're doing. So this project is going to involve a database that exists outside of decisions that we're going to be pulling address data from. What we're going to do with that is we're going to write it to a new data structure. So instead of dealing with the database directly, we're going to pull information from it. We're going to store it into a custom data structure that you can actually change and manipulate. But because part of your project is going to be changing and manipulating that information, you're going to need to reset this after every time you debug. So part of the flow that we're creating right now is going to do that reset too. So let's go ahead and find our way into decisions. And we're going to go ahead and set up our project folder for this week. So everybody, this is going to be especially important this week that everything you create in decisions, if you're in a shared instance, if you're on a local and you know you're on a local, no big deal. You can do whatever you want there as far as naming convention. But for everyone who's on a training instance, you are going to need to make sure that you're including your initials at the front of everything you do. So the first thing we're going to do is we're going to create. Oh, still looking at the slides. I'm sorry, everybody. Here we go. It wasn't important what I was looking at. Come back. We're going to find our way into decisions. So we're going to create our project folder for this week. So I'm going to go up to my folders. I'm going to click create and create a new designer project folder. And in keeping with that guidance that I just gave, include your initials at the beginning of everything, especially everything that we're doing as part of this lesson. So I'm going to call this my Sprint 2 Data Cleanup Project. And I will select Add at Root because this is going to be my project folder. Once you do that, it gives you your project folder, and we're going to add, we're not going to create the whole folder scaffolding right now because the only thing I really care about right this second is having a data structures folder. And following my own advice, include your initials at the front. And a flows folder. So another designer project folder for flows. All right, so what we're going to do is I'm going to grab this info out of the requirements document and paste it into both the Zoom chat and into our Slack channels. So just keep in mind, don't go and download the document just yet. I see that Jared's icon is still in here, he's idle, but I know that when we were discussing at lunch, there were still some things that we needed to fix. So I wanna make sure that this is the last thing we do is you go and download this for yourselves. I may look at it while we're going through this together, but let's not go and download the requirements documents out of the LMS, out of Basecamp, until we are sure we're ready for that at the end of the day today. So here is that info here in the Zoom chat. I'm also going to put that into Slack in both of our channels. Here we go. So this is the database that we're going to be connecting to. So, and we're also going to be creating a data structure, and that's going to be this address data. Nope, sorry, address master data copy database structure. So this is going to have these fields. Just go ahead and copy those and paste those in here as well. And these are all strings. So that's where we're starting, is we need to have this database structure first. So I'm going to go back to my Decision Studio. In my data structures folder, I'm going to create a data type, and it's going to be a database structure. And I'm going to call this my address master data copy. And following my own advice, putting my initials at the beginning. And then I'm going to create all of those fields, all the ones that I just pasted into those chat boxes, wherever you're reading those from. So this is going to be account code. And you know what? I'm going to use the quick add for this. These are all strings, so I don't need to do this here in the data definition screen. So I'm going to click the quick add. Just go ahead and remove that one that I created at the beginning. Use the quick add. And in here, I could just enter them as a list. So I'm going to say account code, first name, last name, address 1, address 2, city, state, zip 5, and zip 4. I'll see if I can make this bigger for y'all. There we go. Yeah, so Chris asks, what if we aren't using the training server? So these steps, everything that we're doing, the actual project is going to be the same for everybody. So even if it doesn't matter what kind of instance you're on, we're all following these steps. We're not going to have two different projects for both environments. So I did this in the quick add. You don't have to use the quick add, but once I've defined all of my data members, I'm going to click OK, and it populates them here in the data definition screen. Very handy. Even if you're not creating data structures that have all the same type associated with them, if they're all mostly the same type, it's still faster and easier to use that quick add and then go in and change the ones that that use a different data type. So very cool feature. So does anyone need more time to set up their address master data copy data structure? Cool. How was everybody's weekend? Anybody celebrate Halloween? Spooky. I actually wore a costume when I went to a Halloween party for the first time since like childhood. And Decisions employees in our Halloween 2021 Slack channel, if you're interested, there is a costume contest happening today. Your coworkers are posting and asking for your votes. See who did the best. So Alex asks, this creates the table in the standard decisions database. What if I want to have the destination database elsewhere? So that's the next part of what we're doing. So yes, you are creating a decisions custom data structure here. So this is not a database integration. What this is going to do is it's going to house the data that we pull from that database integration in the following steps. Cool. All right, so moving forward, everyone, once we've defined our new address master data copy data structure, we're gonna save. And so the next part is, like I mentioned, we're going to be integrating with an external database. This data lives somewhere else. This is part of our, this is our customer's actual database that they use as part of other production systems. But what we're going to be doing with that is we're going to be cleaning up this data and normalizing it against the USPS data that is available in the USPS module. Now, in order to do that, I have to make a call out to that external database and pull that information in. So the next thing we're going to do is we're going to set up that database integration. So if you look at the instructions that I posted either in Slack or in the Zoom chat, you'll notice that it says to use server either training 2 or training 4. So if you're using a local instance, we may need to get you like the full URL or the IP address. We'll have to see how this goes. However, for everyone else, and in fact, if you're on training 4, go ahead and copy the actual URL that you're using and paste that into chat for me. I just need one. So if you're on training 4, which I believe is the most robust server, go ahead and copy. Excellent. Thank you, Christoph. So if you're using a local, this is going to be your connection URL. So, and I'm using my local, so we're going to watch this. We're going to test it out right here, right now. So to connect to an external database, we actually go to the same designer folder or the same designer element that we used to create a data structure. So we're going to go to create data types integration. And then over here on the left, we're going to use one of the advanced options. We're going to go down to database integration. Oh, no, sorry, this step comes later. Hang on. That's what we do after. Apologies. Cool. So the first thing we have to do, apologies everyone, is we're going to go down to the system folder. First, we have to define the database. We have to add all the credentials. Then when we're actually ready to use that database, we're going to go to data types integration. So we're going to find our way in the system folder to integrations and then databases. So in here, you can see that there are two databases that I've already connected. This AdventureWorks one, this is actually one of the Decision's default projects. So if you're in the documentation site and there is a project to integrate with an external database, and it's this one right here. So this is something that's available if you want more practice in the future. So, but we're going to create a new connection. And in this connection screen, I'm going to define all of the details that I'm going to use to integrate with this database. So first, I'm going to give it a name. And just like with all things, we're going to include our initials at the beginning. And I'm going to call this my address master data. So the database type is MS SQL, so we can leave that as it is. And then for the server name, if you are on a training instance, you only have to include if you're on training 2, all you would need to do here is training 2 / SQL Express. If you're on training 4, and if you're not sure which one you're on, look up in the URL. It's going to include it there. If you're on training 4, you're going to say training 4 / SQL Express. For me, though, and we're going to do a little experiment here because I haven't tried it yet. Because I'm on a local, and for all of you who are on locals, really? I'm going to use this URL. So training4.decisions.com / SQL Express, because I'm actually making an external call. This is going out over the internet rather than somewhere that's on my local machine. For the database name, this is included in the block that I pasted into the chats. This is going to be address master data. Now, as far as authentication, I need to uncheck the Windows authentication. I'm going to be providing a username and password that's been created specifically for us to connect to that database, and that is included in that block of information. So the username is training integrator. And then the password is this random collection of characters here. So once I think I've defined everything correctly, I'm going to go ahead and test and see if it likes it. It's going to make a call out to that other server. So in my case, training 4, and it should return that, yep, it was able to access that database. We shall see. No network related instance specific error. Just a second. Let me see if I can get Jared or Eric to correct that for us. Sorry, bear with me 1 minute, everybody. I'm going to get into an account on training 4 just so that I can show the default way to do this. So for folks who are Thank you for your patience, everyone. Just another moment. Okay, I tell you what, everybody, trainers need to have a conversation about how we're going to proceed here. So let's do this. Everybody take 10. When you come back, we will have the answer for how we're going to proceed with this. So go ahead and take 10 minutes. We're going to come back at 1:16 and we will proceed with integrating databases. Apologies, everyone. We were changing some stuff on the fly. It turns out we need to continue to change some stuff on the fly. So bear with me, 5 minutes or 10 minutes, and we will pick back up. Thank you again for your patience, everyone. All right, welcome back, everybody, and thank you again for your patience. So what we're going to do is you've probably already seen Jared's post in our Slack channel. If you're using a local instance, you're going to leave this call. You're going to follow that link. So go ahead and copy it beforehand. Get this thing to recognize me again. You're going to copy it beforehand. Follow Jared into that Zoom room where he's going to walk you through how to set up this integration without using our local training instances. So everybody, you're going to copy that link, leave this call, and join that room. All right, everybody. So those of you who are still with me should be on our training. So one more time, if you're using a local, you're going to grab that URL out of the Zoom chat and join Jared in his own Zoom room. Here we go. So everybody who's still in here, we should be using training instances, and I'm going to use this training instance that one of you shared with me earlier, just for the purposes of this demonstration. So just like we did before, I'm going to recreate some steps just because I wasn't working in here to begin with. I'm going to recreate everything that we've done. So I'm basically going to start over. If you've already done these steps, this is a little bit of a refresher, but I'm going to create my designer project folder. So sprint to data cleanup with my initials and create. And within there, I'm going to create my data structures folder and my flows folder. Yeah, sorry, everybody. Here we go. So getting us back to where we were, I've just created those two folders. So I've got my project folder, data structures, and flows. So now in the system folder, I'm going to navigate to integrations and databases, and I'm going to create a new connection. So just like we did before, I'm going to give this my initials. I'm going to call this my address master data. So for the server name, because I'm local, if you're on training 4, you're going to use training 4. If you're on training 2, you're going to use training 2. But this is going to be training 4 / SQL Express in all caps. And the database name is address master data. And we're going to uncheck Windows authentication. We have our own username and password that we're going to use for this connection. So the username is training integrator, and the password is the one that I provided in the chat earlier. So once you've pasted all of that information in, we should then be able to, at the bottom, click test. Capital T. Cross your fingers, everybody. Okay. Master data, all caps. I'm just double checking all of my info. I'm gonna try to remove the caps from my username just to double check before I go back to the folks that set this up for us and say it's not working. I want to try everything I can, do my own troubleshooting. Okay. So setting things up the way that I have them, is anybody getting a different result? Are we able to connect? Cool. Good deal. Thank you again for your patience, everybody. This is new to all of us. So I really appreciate your patience, everybody. Obviously, this isn't going according to plan, but we're all going to learn something together, I'm sure. Okay, so I'm getting the advice to make this all caps. So I'm going to okay, so I have another step that we can try if this doesn't do it. Okay, so I'm being told to remove the /SQL Express. Okay, so that worked. So if you're on training 4, remove the /SQL Express. Apparently, if you're on training 2, that is required. Excellent, glad to hear it. So everybody, with that new information, if you're still unable to connect, please let me know in chat. Okay, so once we're seeing that success message, we're done. We have accomplished what we need to do on this screen. We have established our database connection. So now we will be able to use the integration section in our designer folders to connect with this database. We're going to get steps that we can use to connect to this database. This is now something that Decisions has access to and we can use as part of our projects. So once we have our success message, we can click OK down at the bottom. Good deal. All right, so next steps. We're going to go back to our designer folder, and in our data structures designer folder. Oh, I still need to create my address master data copy. So I'm just going to do that one more time. So I'm going to select database structure. I'm going to put my initials there. Master copy, and then use the quick add to connect these or to set this up. So account code, first name, last name, address 1, address 2, city, state, zip 5, and zip 4. Cool. So I'm going to go ahead and save that. And now I've connected my database. I've added it in the integration section in the system. So now I'm going to create that integration here so that it's something I can call on in my project. So I'm going to go down to database integration, and I'm going to select add table so that this becomes a table that's available to me within my project. So I'm going to select an existing connection, and I'm going to choose my address master data. And I'm going to give this a name. So this is table name. Yeah, okay. So I'm going to say that this is VW DBO dot address master data. Actually, we need to go with the default. Excuse me, this isn't something we name, we're selecting. My apologies, everyone. So of the table name, I'm going to select from the dropdown instead dbo.masterdata. This isn't something that we're naming, this is something that we're selecting. There we go. This looks better. So now I have my table fields. I have my account code, address 1, address 2, city, first name, last name, all the ones that we just added to our data structure. So we're going to be pulling this information from this database connection and adding it to our data structure that we created previously. Now I'm just going to make sure, I don't think we're going to use any keys, but I'm just going to, for the table keys, yeah, so we will. So for the table keys, we're going to select account code. So what we're telling this table is that this is its primary key, that this is the identifier it should use for this table to identify each of these records. So that it's going to use that to differentiate all of the rows from each other. So once we've selected that, we're going to click next. And here is where we can define what decisions should have access to do in this database. Now, I don't think we're actually going to change anything here, but normally So generally speaking, you can leave all permissions. It's not usually a big deal to give your application all permissions on a database. Now, if this was something I was doing in production and we're doing it the way that we're going to be doing it, where I'm not going to allow decisions to make any changes to that database, because if I do, it's going to change it for everybody in the class, right? Because we're all connecting to the same database. Then I would want to remove, let's say, the insert or update, delete options. However, for our purposes, we're going to risk it for the biscuit. We're going to leave all access just to keep everything uniform. And we shouldn't be designing any flows or processes that will change that information anyway. So what we're going to do once we finish this integration is we're going to write a flow together that's going to do that reset for you. So it's going to pull the information down from the database, add it to your data structure, and then every time you do a debug and you need to reset that, we're going to do that reset using a flow. So with this selected, I'm going to go ahead and say save. And now we have our dbo.address data item available in our data structures folder. Cool. So now we have actually just completed from your requirements document steps 3.3.1.1, 3.1.2, 3.2.1, and we're about to do 3.2.2. So this says create a flow that copies the records from the external database and creates them in the address master data copy database structure. So that's what we're going to do together. So everybody, I want you to follow along so that we can all gain the benefit of this together. So this is my first time writing this flow. I'm going to stumble a little bit, but I'm going to try to make it easy for everybody. This is totally new. This is something that's different. And this is a flow that you're going to use to maintain the development of your project. It's not actually something that's part of the project itself. It's not part of what the customer wants from us, but this is something that we have to do as the developers in order to do the development. And this is something that happens a lot when we're developing in Decisions. I have projects that I do in Decisions that I have loads of flows that have nothing to do with the actual end process. So that password is in the chat, but yes, this is the password for the database. So I'm just going to ask one more time before I move on to the next thing. Are we still having trouble? Does anyone need help setting up that database integration? If you are not able to connect, please let me know. That is correct. Here we go. James, I'm going to make you a panelist. Oop, not rename. I'm going to let you keep your name, James, but I am going to make you a panelist. Hey there. So feel free to unmute and share your screen. Let's see what's going on. I know it sometimes takes a minute once you get booted from the room and you come back in, but James, do go ahead and you feel free to unmute and share your screen. And let's see what's going on with your database integration. Training 2, SQL Express, training integrator. Cool. So try to capitalize all of the word training in the server name. And we'll test again. Training integrator. Bear with me just a moment. So just for fun, James, try to remove the capital T, capital I from the username. Okay, try to make it all caps just for fun. Cool. Bear with me just a moment. Oh, and James, before you go any further, put your initials at the front of your connection name. So for all things, especially when we're doing these database integrations, we need to have your initials in front of all of your decisions elements. Okay, so what we're going to do is I'm going to go ahead and move along just so that we're not getting too far behind. I'm waiting for a response back from our server administrator to let me know exactly what the next steps will be for you, James. I think you're the only one who's on training 2. It sounds like everybody else is on 4. So bear with me. I'm going to leave you as a panelist for right now so that we can come back and readdress that with you. Okay, so Nausea, same deal. Cool. So yeah, so everybody, like, I know it's a big group and it can be intimidating to like speak out, especially to say that something isn't working, but it is important. You know, when I ask, you know, hey, who isn't able to connect, speak up right then for me, just so that I'm not moving ahead without you. Okay, so we are recording this. So we will be able to come back and watch again, but just to make sure that the whole class isn't getting behind, I'm gonna go ahead and move forward with the flow. So if y'all wanna go ahead and build along with me, for the most part, you should be able to complete this without the database integration being fully set up. There may be some steps that you're gonna have to go back in and add later, but follow along as best you can for right now. And then when I get guidance on what exactly we need to do for your database connection, we'll come back to that. So I'm gonna go ahead and take back over the screen share. We're gonna go back into decisions and we're gonna start building our flow that's gonna reset our database for us, or it's gonna reset our address master data copy data structure for us. So we're gonna go and we're gonna create flow. Bear with me just a moment. All right, so sorry, everybody. Here in my designer folder for my flows, I'm going to create a new flow. Been trying to do this for I don't even know how long. Let me go ahead and add a flow. And this is going to be my reset address master data copy flow. Once I've given it my name, let me follow my own advice. I keep catching myself, add my initials at the beginning and click create. So even though there's no data in there right now, the first thing I want this flow to do is delete everything from address master data copy. So we don't want any leftovers from other tests that we were running to be hanging out in there. So that's the first thing I want it to do, is delete anything that's currently in address master data copy. So I'm going to go down to user defined types so that I find the steps that have been generated specifically for my data structure. Going to find my database structures folder. So all of the database structures that have been created on this decisions instance are in here, and there is my address master data copy. So I'm going to add my delete VW address master data copy step. Now, what this does, and I'm now thinking through, again, we're developing on the fly. This isn't anything that I've done before. So I'm kind of thinking through the process as we go. I know that vaguely what I want to happen. I want it to delete the things that are already in there. I want it to call out to the database and add, for each of the records in the database, add a new record in my address master data copy structure. Now, first, this is going to delete a single item. So it wants an ID. It's going to delete one item out of that address master data copy. So the first thing I need to do is find out what's in there and then do a loop to delete all of those. So first, I'm going to add my get all address master data copy. So it's going to pull every record that's in there, and those come back as results. So I'm going to call this current address master data copy. And that's going to be my list of current records that exist. So then I want to delete every one of those. So I'm going to add a for each step here. And it's just the regular old for each step. And I'm going to say for each address master data copy. And then the next thing I want to happen is that for each of those items, we need to say the collection is my current address master data copy. That's what I want it to iterate through. And then it outputs each of those things as item. And I'm going to go ahead and rename that address master data copy line. And then for the index, same variable name, but with index following it. So it's going to iterate through each one of those elements. Every element that it gets from the get all step, my for each is then going to say, okay, for every one of those, go through and do some things, whatever comes on the next line. So I'm going to connect my next to delete address master data copy. And the ID that I'm going to pass in is going to be the ID for the item that my for each step is iterating through. So I'm going to find that line variable that I just created, and I'm going to select its ID. So it's going to delete every one of those as it finds its way through. Yeah, so Andrea, do go ahead and follow along. This is going to be available as a recording, but we're already pretty behind. So we're going to do this kind of fast. So I'll pause for just a moment, let everyone get caught up. Cool. So just to recap, we went to our user-defined types where all the steps to do with our custom data structures live. I found my address master data copy structure. We used the get all as our first step to, hey, whatever's in there, go ahead and get me all of those records, whatever's currently in that data structure. Then we're using the for each step to iterate through all of those results. So everything we're getting back from that get all. And then in that for each loop, it's going to do one thing. It's going to delete all of those records. Now, I'm going to loop this back to my for each. So this is a loop. It's going to do this until there are none left. And then on the done step, I'm going to have it. So yes, Phil, this is, if you don't want to build along right now, the recording will be available. But this is new for your project that you're going to be working on this week. And so this is something that you're going to want. And if you just came back from Jared's room where you were working on a local instance, this doesn't apply to you. So the get all step, this is get all for our address master data copy. This is the data structure that we're going to be storing that information from the database in. So every time you create a decisions custom data structure, it adds this folder full of steps that are made specifically to interact with that data structure. So we would find the one for the data structure that we're interacting with. So this is my VW address master data copy. And that's correct, Alfred. This is only for folks using the shared environment. So if you just came back from Jared's room, this doesn't apply. So I've got my first loop set up. It's going to for each through all of the records we get back from get all. Now I want to connect to my external database, pull those records back in, then for each one of those records, write those to my custom data structure. Excuse me, find type. So I'm going to go to integration. Maybe database. Yes, cool. So just like we did with user defined types in integration and then database, I get a folder that's specifically for that database connection that we created before. So here in my DBO address master data, I'm going to say get all from DBO address master data. My done off of my for each is going to go into this loop. So for those of you who are on training too, apologies for the deviation. I'm just going to paste this into the Zoom chat. This is apparently what we should be using for the database, for the server name on training 2. On training 4, it's all caps. On training 2, it's apparently no caps. So that may resolve our username issue. They're still looking into it. Here we go. So for my failed step, I'm not going to do anything with this right now. It would be a good idea to set up some error handling on that. However, this is something that we're only doing for our own development. If it breaks, we're going to be doing this in the debugger. We're going to be able to see it and take action on it while we're looking at it. So I'm just going to connect the failed line to my end step for now, because this is a flow that's only going to be used by me in the course of developing my project. Cool. Thanks, James. Sorry. So they're still looking into that. We will have an answer as soon as possible. Now, on the done line, what this is doing, unlike the for each, the done is saying, yep, I went called out to the database and I got all the records. That's the whole point of this step existing. So it's going to do that. And I believe it's an ignore. So for the limit count, I'm going to ignore that for now. I'm not going to set a limit on that. I'm pretty sure that this is allowed. We may need to set a hard number there, but we'll see. So after the done, what I want to happen is another for each. So I want it to iterate through all of the records it pulls down from the database for each dbo.address master data. And similarly, in the way that we were deleting everything for each row in the database structure, we're going to be writing a row for each line in the actual database itself. So here, our collection is going to be the output of, oh, I didn't rename that. Always a good idea, especially when you've got like multiple fetches and multiple loops, to rename this output so that you're not confused by the variable names. Now, address data result, this is actually pretty useful. I'm going to go ahead and call that DBO dot just to make it clearer in my mind. Oh, it's not going to let me. DBO underscore, just so that I don't get confused. So the collection that I'm going to use is the output from get all DBO address data, which is now named DBO address data result. So those are the items that are for each step. Our second for each step is going to be iterating through. This item, I'm going to call this DBO address master data line and give its item index the same name, but with index afterward. Okay. So what I want to happen is for each of those lines for it to create a new row in my custom data structure. So on the next, just like we did before, I'm going to go to user defined types, find my address master data copy data structure. And like we did the delete before, we're going to use create for this one. So it's going to create a new line for each element in the database. So item to create, it wants us to pass in the actual full composite type of the data structure, but that doesn't exist. It's coming from these elements that we're pulling in from the database. So who can tell me what I'm going to do instead of select from flow? How am I going to get this information in here when it already wants it to be a composite type? Yeah, so we're going to do the build data, and that's going to give me access to all of the data members inside that custom data structure. So I can pull the information out of each of these lines and then map them appropriately to where they need to be in this data structure. Great job. So a bunch of this stuff is like metadata that's part of the entity framework, things like ID, custom short description, custom long description. We're not going to mess with those. I'm only going to pass in the info that we are actually worried about. So account code, I'm going to do select from flow. I'm going to go to my line element that's coming from my get all, and I'm going to pass in the account code. So that's, I typically do work in the inputs from the properties menu, but because we're going to be mapping in a lot of stuff, I'm going to go ahead and save. And then I'm going to use the graphical input mapper for the rest of this because I think it's going to make it a little bit easier. So address 1 to address 1, 2 to 2, and etc. Come on. Just like that. Go. And then once that's done, I want my loop to go back to my for each step because I want it to do that for every line in the database. And then, unless I'm forgetting something, we're done. That's all that we need this flow to do. So let's recap. I'm going to save. So what this is going to do is it's going to get all the records out of our address master data copy custom data structure. It's going to iterate through each of those lines in the custom data structure and delete all of them. The next thing is it's going to make our database call. So it's going to call out to our external database that we're integrating with, and then repeat that process more or less. It's going to iterate through each of those lines and then write a new copy into address master data copy. So this is a reset that we're going to do every time we run our process once it's actually going. So this is going to give us that reset so that when we're manipulating data, we're not trying to work with the results of our last test. We have a clean version of the data structure as it actually exists to make our changes to. So just to recap for everyone, once you actually do get the requirements document, this is tasks 3.1 through 3.2.2. So if you followed along with me, or when you get to the part where you're ready to start building this out, you can go back to this recording. And that's what we just set up, is those 4 tasks from your requirements matrix. So to be clear, we're going to delete the data before we create the new data. That's correct. So that's what we're doing in this first loop. So we're going to get all the records that currently exist. We're going to loop through them and delete them. And then we're going to pull back from the database that lives externally and then write new records into our data structure. So let's do this. So just because I just built this and, I feel pretty confident this is going to work, but I don't know. I haven't tested it yet. Let's go ahead and do a debug and actually watch this happen. So Alex asks, so this replaces the process that Jared just showed. Yes, that's why we did the breakout. It's because you're going to be doing this in different ways. Here we go. Yeah, so you're not killing the original data. That lives here in the database. We're not touching that. We're reading from it, we're pulling it down, and then we're writing it to our custom data structure. So let's debug this. Let's see how it actually works. So it's going to get all, there's going to be no results because nothing actually exists yet. And there's nothing to delete because there's no results, nothing to pull down. Because there were no results, my for each is done and it goes to the second loop. And you can see, oh, wow, there's a lot more records in here than I thought there were. I thought that there was something like 1,000. There's apparently a lot. So it's iterating through all of those lines in the database and then writing them to my custom data structure. This might take a minute. $5,500. Cool. Wow, that was a lot more. We were talking about it this morning. We were like, oh yeah, I think there's like 1,000. No, apparently there's a lot. Cool. So now I've just done this once. There was nothing existing beforehand. So there was nothing to delete. Now let's do it again. Goes through, deletes all of those records. Does this make sense what we're doing, everybody? And now that they're all deleted, we're pulling them back down from the database again. So every time you debug your process, once you actually start building your data cleanup process, you're going to need to run this flow. And those of you who are on local instances, you're going to use the restore database feature that Jared was just walking you through. Basically, you need a clean slate with that database. Otherwise, you're just going to be overwriting the work that you've already done. So if the records in the copy are changed later, will the for each step find them? Yes, because they're part of that data structure. So if we go in and I change address 1 to be a different value, it's still going to find it because it's still in that data structure. So I haven't told any of these steps anything specific. I haven't given it any filters and said, hey, only do this on records that have this value. It's just going to do it to all of them. So we're getting a full reset. Yeah, no, there's no such thing. You're all good. Cool. So we've completed at least part of our process. We've gone over how to do database integrations. We've set up an integration and we created a flow that manipulates that integration. This is true. I can speak from professional experience. There are only silly answers. So we've set up a flow that does that. This is a recording that you're going to want to come back to. If you weren't able to follow along, I do apologize. We were going kind of fast, but we kind of have to. We've got to get on with our day. But this recording will exist in the future for when you need it. So let me see what is next for us. So I am getting word. So those of you who are on training 2, all right, so I'm going to walk back what I said before. It needs to be in all caps, the server name. So training 2 / let me just open this up. Open. So this is the working test. So our training server was in all caps, and apparently there was an issue with the password. There was multiple failed login attempts. So if your test doesn't work, go ahead and pause so that we don't end up locking everybody out. I gotta watch what I do with my hands. This thing always thinks I'm talking to it. So pause if that doesn't work so that we can address. But all caps with the training server name, and we should not hopefully get any more errors. That's a great question, Alex. I don't know off the top of my head. Yeah, so with the raw SQL step, you can do any query. So I must be locked out because I'm using the same cred. So if you're locked out, everybody's locked out. So training 2 people. Has anyone been able to recreate the results that I showed on my screen? So James, why don't you go ahead and share your screen? And you can unmute so we can actually speak. Okay. Training integrator, address master data. Okay. And so that password, can you show me where you're copying that from? Can you get the actual like Zoom chat in here or paste it into a notepad or something? And so you may need to adjust the share. It looks like you're probably just sharing your Chrome window. And so if you could backspace, let's just make sure there's no like empty like space characters or anything. Okay. And that is SLE. Oh, okay. Hey, look at that. Cool. Good deal. So for everybody else who's on training 2, are we now good? And I do need to hear right now if we're not able to connect. And let me actually just expand that out to everybody. For everyone, local or not, do we have what we need to connect to this database? Okay, Nazia, go ahead and I'm going to promote you to a panelist. Let's see what's going on. All right, so you should be able to unmute and speak, and you can share your screen and we'll see what's going on. Go training 2 SQL Express MSSQL training. So you have a space in your username. Training integrators, one word. Okay, so same deal. If you could go ahead and open up a notepad, and you may need to adjust your share if you're only sharing the window, or just open up a new tab, paste that password in the way that you're using it into the nav bar. Yeah, so then you can do it right there in the chat because I can see your chat window. So just paste the password as you're using it into somewhere where I can read it. And just out of curiosity, it looks like an L to me. It could be an I, but did you copy that out of the chat or did you type it in? Because it looks like it might be an L. It could be a capital I, but I don't necessarily know that it is. Let me just try. Let me put this in a notepad. That'll answer this for me. Okay, it is an I. Cool. So we'll just want to make sure that there are no trailing spaces, no spaces before or after that password when you paste it in. Cool, good deal. So we can go ahead and OK, and then we're done there. Excellent. All right, I'm gonna go ahead and bump you back down to attendee. Cool. All right, so let's see what's next. Data structure. Okay, so now we're gonna detour away from that completely. We're gonna get back into our instruction for the day, and we're gonna start talking about advanced flow concepts, including multi-threaded processing and parallel processing. So this is an important part of this project. I will warn everyone that there were some issues with it last time that we did this. There is a workaround. It's basically to not use this, but I will let everyone know. So in case you're unaware, if you come from a non-tech background, whenever we're talking about software releases, there's always multiple versions of a software that's available in the ecosystem. So there's typically a stable version of the software. That's the one that most people are using. There are legacy versions of the software that are older that some organizations don't want to upgrade from. And then there's also always the latest release, which is kind of the cutting edge, the newest version. Now with the stable release, you're going to end up with the most stable product. It's going to be the one that has the fewest issues, that is maintained in kind of, I'm going to say the best way. It gets fewer updates, but it gets fewer updates because we've already worked out all the bugs, right? So currently, Decisions version 6 is our stable release. That's the one where we've worked out most of the problems. There's long-term support for it, and updates come out every quarter, if I'm not mistaken. It's not on a monthly schedule. Decisions version 7 is our latest release. It's the one that does get monthly updates, and that we're probably still finding some issues in. So as part of this course, I've reported many bugs, and we'll probably find some more. So whether or not this works the way we expect it to will depend on whether or not that bug fix has been pushed yet. So just be aware that I may end up revising some of this information for your projects. We may tell you, okay, you're supposed to use parallel processing to speed this up, but that may not be possible. So just as a heads up, be aware, we are using the latest, the cutting edge version of decisions. And so some things aren't going to go the way we plan. So, however, advanced flow concepts. So we're familiar with the flow designer. So this is where we set up processes, create our automations, do basically our scripting. So we're saying, okay, this is the order in which these things should happen. This is what should happen first. This is what should happen next and last. These components are connected sequentially so that we're executing these things in order typically. Sometimes we will make adjustments to that so that they're not actually executing in the same order all the time. For each of those steps that's in our flow, we're going to map in inputs and outputs using different types of data, and then we can debug it to test it incrementally. Now, things get complicated when we start adding in some of these steps that we see on the screen. So we'll have like the for each step that we actually all just saw. So instead of processing sequentially this step to the next step, we can create loops where it's going to execute the same set of steps over and over again until basically we tell it to stop, either when it's run out of data to process or based on a number of iterations that we provide. So that's when steps may not necessarily execute sequentially. By using a branch and merge step, we can say, okay, well, I want these to execute sequentially, but there are two parallel processes that I want to happen at the same time. And then when those come back together, the flow will proceed sequentially again. So we can use branch and merge to say, okay, well, instead of one user getting this assignment, I want two users to get this assignment. And then once they're both done, my flow will come back together and proceed with the information they've provided. We can also use async flows, and this is something that you will have all used in your Travel Splash project for the error handling. So if I want my error handling to not pause my flow, I set it up using an async subflow. So typically when we're watching our flows in the debugger, if we get to a subflow, the debugger stops, it's highlighted in orange until everything in that subflow is done, and then it proceeds to the next step. When we're talking about async flows, it's going to get to that async subflow, and then the flow is not going to stop. It's going to pass the information that async flow needs into it, and then it's going to proceed on to the next things, not caring what happens inside that async flow. That is asynchronous. It's happening outside of the synchronicity of this flow. It's not part of the sequence of events, except that it gets called at a certain point in that sequence of events. The things that happen within that subflow do not affect or involve the rest of our main flow at all. And then, of course, caching. So we can use caching so that we're not making repeated database calls, for instance, or so that we can say, okay, well, hold this information in memory, hang on to that because you're going to need it for the next time this flow runs or for later on in this flow, so that you don't have to make a new database call or assemble that information together again from scratch. So using the for each step, this is the most common one of these, and you just saw me use it twice in one flow, which is not uncommon at all. It's going to iterate through a list. So it takes in a list of items as its main input, what's called a collection, and then it's going to, for each of those items, do some things to it. So it takes in that collection, and we define what data type that collection should be, and then it outputs an item that's, each member collection, and an item index. That's the position of the item in the list. So it assigns an index number, so it starts at 0 and then counts up from there for each of those items, and that becomes its index. So we use this whenever we want to loop through a list of things, like for instance, a group of imported purchase orders, and then fire off other flows, do other things to each of those individual lines before our flow proceeds. Go. So the branch and merge, a little bit more complicated. So this allows our flow to take multiple paths. So the only time we really want to use this is when we're doing parallel tasking. That's its primary use. It's not its only use necessarily, but that's when we're using this best and most properly. So for instance, a data collection flow. I'm going to have an independent double-blind data entry. I'm going to take a single document and I'm going to assign it to two different users. I want both of those users to read the document and enter the data as they see it. And then I'm going to compare it later on. Those parallel processes, those parallel tasks that I've assigned to my two users are going to come in a branch and merge flow. So we branch it first to split the flow in as many different paths as we want. Once our individual users have completed their portion, the merge step brings them back together, and then our flow proceeds sequentially from there. So in order for this to work, there can only be one branch and merge in a flow. So if you need more than one, we're going to need to use subflows to account for that. And they all have to exit through the merge. We can't, branch this off and say, okay, well, we're going to do two completely different things. If I want to do that, I can use something like a rule and say, hey, if this is true, do this. If this is false, do that. But I can't just say, okay, well, now go ahead and do these two things instead of just one thing. Here we go. Asynchronous flows are used to fire off and forget a process. So when our flow reaches an asynchronous subflow, it's going to pass in whatever inputs that subflow is expecting, and then the flow is going to continue. It doesn't care what happens in the async subflow. That's going to be doing all kinds of stuff on its own. There may be assignments in there, and it's now its own thing. It's its own independent process, separate from the sequence of the main flow that called it. So use cases. So like if we need to spin off a review process, error handling, like we used in Travel Splash, there was one of the error handling steps that we created where we needed to pass off the error handling, but we didn't want it to pause the flow. So we will have used an async subflow to pass in its inputs. Then our error handling project takes it from there. It's going to assign that task to the relevant groups. It's its own process with its own, its own steps in the flow. But then because we called it asynchronously, the main travel request flow doesn't care, and it's going to keep doing its own thing after that. And then caching. So this allows you to save and retrieve a subset of data in memory so that you're not having to make multiple calls. This helps us with lazy loading our information. So if an application needs data, we can search it and then store it in, it can search the cache first. So instead of making a repeated database calls, we can say, okay, store this in cache, and then our flow can go back to that cache and find it there, rather than using up system resources like networking resources and RAM to call out to an external database and then bring that information back. So some use cases for this is with a data lookup in an API. If you're making repeated API calls, you can say, okay, we'll store this information in cache so that if I make the same call again, or if I need the same information again in 5 minutes when I run this flow again, I don't have to make another call out. We've just got what's here. We can use that and save everybody a little bit of time and energy. So token caching. API tokens can be cached to deliver high performance user authentication and validation, and DBMS speed up. So a single node can always experience delay and latency in query response when the database is full to its capacity. So if we're making those database calls over and over again, it's going to slow things down. That's the whole point of using caching in all contexts, no matter what we're talking about, is to speed up our calls and save system resources. Here we go. Some additional concepts. So we're familiar with the catch exception step. This is one that we've used previously in our error handling processes. So it kind of exists outside of the flow, or it's kind of like its own start step, and it can create a branch for us. That's what we would consider an advanced flow concept that you're already familiar with. Branch for each, same behavior as branching, but it takes a list of things to branch instead of having to choose how many branches to design at a time. Run flows for list, I believe, is one that you've already used in one of your previous projects, or at least you will be using it in future projects. So it's kind of like a subflow. It's a bit like a subflow. From our perspective as designers, it feels the same, except that it's just a single step. We don't get to go into the subflow necessarily the way that we're used to, but we design a flow that it gets executed for each item in the list. So it's kind of like a combined for each and subflow step in one. And then pause flow. This is one that I've never actually used myself. However, this is an important concept in scripting. So if you come from like a Bash or a PowerShell background, you're probably familiar with including sleeps in your scripts. So we want to give our computers a moment to breathe with the information that we pass to it. And so we can say, okay, decisions, pause here for 5 seconds or 10 seconds before you do the next thing to make sure that everything has a chance to catch up. Here we go. So those are our advanced flow concepts. You've already seen a couple of these, and now we're going to take a look at another one that's going to be important to us for this project. So I'm going to go back into decisions, and I'm going to go back here into the flows that we created previously. And actually, let me find my way back into the instance I was using for our example, which I may have actually already closed. That's okay. We can hang out in here. So I'm going to create a flow that I'm just going to call my test example flow, just for the purposes of demonstration. So part of the process that you're going to be creating this week asks you to create a multi-threaded process, a parallel process. So you saw when I did my for each in that example flow, or in that reset address master data copy flow, it's processing 5,000 records, and it took a little bit of a long time. We were waiting a couple of minutes while it did all the things that it needed to do. Part of that bottleneck is that I was not using parallel or multi-threaded processing. I was having each of those things happen one at a time as they came through. So when we're talking about threads, this is typically associated with the number of cores you have available in your CPUs on the system that you're running. So for instance, if your CPU has 4 cores and each of those has 4 threads, for instance, it's been a long time since my A+, I have no idea what that means anymore, but those are the threads that you have available. So it depends on your system how far you should go with this. The actual recommendation from decisions, let's just look this up so that I have these numbers. So multi-threading flow design. There are suggested limits. Performance. Yeah, cool. So this suggests using 4, which is also going to be my suggestion. I think the actual maximum that we recommend is like 10. However, our training instances, as you've all experienced, are not exactly the most powerful servers in the world, and we're all sharing them. And if you're on a local instance, it's just your laptop processor that you're working with. Most likely, depending on your system, you may have like a super awesome, battle station that you use. However, for most of us, we're going to have a pretty limited processing power. So 4 maximum threads. So just keep that in mind, write it down, make a sticky note, 4 maximum threads. But the way I'm going to show you to do this is going to be using the run flows for list step. So this is what we're going to recommend that you use as part of this project that you're going to be doing this week. So I'm going to find that step in the steps toolbox. So run flows for list and bring that out here. So this step, kind of like I said in the presentation, it acts a little bit like a subflow. I'm going to pass in a list of data, and it's going to do a flow for each of them. So the input type, let me just go ahead and set up some input data, just because I'm only doing this for the sake of example. We're just going to go through the setup together and talk about the parts and pieces. So I'm going to say that this is counts. and is list so that this is a list of stuff. So the input type I'm going to define here as account. And then the input list is going to be my list of accounts that I passed in as input data. Remove null results. So this is a Boolean, it's true or false. If I want it to remove null results, I can have it do that. However, I'm just going to say constant and leave that as false. So here, what are you still mad about? Inputs. This is still upset. Account selected path is not valid. It's a list of strings. Oh, because it's a list of strings. So here we go. Back to my input data, make this account. Save. Cool. And because I changed that input mapping, I need to adjust this so that it's all happy. So now, as I mentioned, it kind of operates a bit like a subflow. So unlike, working with an actual like run subflow step where I would have, pick or create flow. And then once I've picked or created one, I have the opportunity to edit. Here, we actually have a flow section where we can say edit test example flow for list. So once I click into that, this is its own flow. It only exists inside here. I'm fairly certain, and I'm just going to add a step, connect this, pick or create. I'm going to have it run the flow that we just created together just to give it something. Oh, I didn't create that in here. That's fine. I'm going to have it get manufacturers. Why not? And then close. And then if I'm not mistaken, I will not be able to find this in the actual flows designer folder. So if I save, I won't have, yeah. So normally, whenever you create an element inside another decisions element, once you back out, that element is available inside that folder, right? So there have been a couple of other times where you've probably noticed that, like when you're creating active form flows. Those don't actually appear inside the folder where you're working. And this is the same way. So if this is a flow that you're using inside run flows for list, that you're going to need access to in another way that may not be inside that run flows for list, you're going to want to build it outside in your flows designer and then call it as a subflow from within this run flows for list step. So sometimes that won't be necessary. Sometimes you're doing some things that only need to happen inside that run flows for list step, and you don't care if you have access to it outside of here. However, best practice, if you think there's a chance you're going to need it, just call your flow as a subflow from within the run flows for list. It's going to operate the same way. So once we've defined the flow that we're going to run, we now have the ability to set up some additional parameters on the run flows for list. So down below, I can see that the run behavior is synchronous. So what this is going to do is it's going to call this step, and it's going to process each of those items one by one sequentially in the same way that we're accustomed to our flows to working. However, I may want, if I've got 5,000 records to iterate through, for it to do that a little bit faster, so that I'm not, spending a whole bunch of time and resources waiting for this one step to finish. So we can change that from synchronous to thread job. And this is going to allow us to use multiple threads on our system to execute these tasks simultaneously. So you can see that the default here is 4. I'm going to recommend that we leave it at 4. Don't go any more than that, because for most of us, this is probably going to be as much as our system can really handle. And then I'm done. I've now set up this flow to run multi-threaded processing. So I'll briefly touch on some of these other items. So work queue, this is something that's available in enterprise versions of decisions. So if you have an enterprise server, you can use a work queue to actually define, okay, well, these are the specific, resources that I want to devote to this work queue. These are isolated and separate from everything else so that this workforce is always available to handle this task. And you can then define your run flows for list step to specifically use that work queue bundle of resources for this task. But again, that's an enterprise only thing. We're not using enterprise licenses as part of this class, so that's not going to be available for us. So thread job async would be basically the same as thread job, except that it's not going to wait for these processes to finish before it continues on with the rest of the flow. For the most part, when we're doing this, it's going to be, at least for the project that we're doing this week, I believe it's going to be important for us to make sure that we don't select that, because I'm going to need these things to finish processing before my flow continues. And then async and wait, basically the same. It's going to pause this flow. It's going to run it kind of outside of itself, but then our flow is still going to wait for this step to finish before it continues on. Here we go. So we're going to leave this as thread job. We're going to set that to 4, and then we could continue on with the rest of our development. We've now configured our run flows for lists so that it's going to iterate through every item that we pass into it, perform whatever steps we provide here in the flow, and then once those are done, it will proceed. And we're going to be using multiple threads, so we're not going to have to wait quite as long for it to iterate through all 5,000 of those records before it continues on. So once we introduce you to that task matrix, you're going to see that it's going to call out and tell you to use run flows for list and to set this up as a thread job as part of your project this week. So that's our advanced flows concepts. And I did want to say one more thing. So the issue that we were having before that may or may not have been fixed was that it wasn't actually processing these things multi-threaded, and it was throwing an error whenever we tried to. So if we end up encountering the same thing, we're not going to worry too much about it. We've gone over how this actually works, and we'll end up setting this to synchronous and just letting it process those items one by one. So it'll take a little bit longer. However, if we're still dealing with the same bug, if that hasn't been fixed yet, and again, we're in the latest and greatest version of decisions, we're the ones who are kind of piloting that and finding those errors, then this will be the setting that we end up going with. And we'll discuss that more in our Scrum meetings throughout the rest of the week. So I'm going to go ahead and pause here for questions. What if we have a dual core processor, and by default, set to 4, does it show error? The processing will be slow. So great question, Ariane. So I believe it'll just throw an error if there aren't threads enough available for what you've set. I'm fairly certain that it will just throw an error there and say, nope, can't do that. And you'll have to go back in to your flow designer and change that behavior to either synchronous or adjust it to a number of threads that you actually have. For the training 4 instance. So for the training 4 instance, the server name is just training 4. So if we haven't set up our database connection yet, I'm going to have to refer you back to the video from today. We're going to have to go back through that. But the server name is training 4. Please go again, maybe, over the difference between run flows for lists and using a for each when each item is processed in the async flow. So with a for each step, so with the run flows for lists, this one gives me the ability to do that multi-threaded processing, whereas a for each step does not. So if I need that multi-threaded processing, I have to use the run flows for list. Also, a for each step is not running a subflow. I can put it in a subflow. I can call a subflow after it. However, this is just steps in my flow. I'm just saying, okay, well, like within this, go ahead and do some other stuff before you proceed. So those are the basic differences there. So this gives us kind of a merge of a subflow and a for each kind of in one, and the additional ability of doing the multi-threaded processing. Great questions, everybody. Let's see what's next. We're at 2:37. Let me see if I can squeeze something else in here. before we take a break. Unit testing. All right, so we're going to talk about unit testing and debugging very briefly before we take our last break for the day. So debugging is something that should be pretty familiar to us at this point. Hopefully, we're all spending a lot of time in the debugger. We know it and we appreciate it and we like it. I know that it's probably my favorite thing about decisions. You know, the thing for me doing like actual coding and development, which, you know, just be perfectly transparent with everyone, was never like my full-time job. I'm not really a coder. I have learned a couple of coding languages and I've built a couple of projects and, you know, but it was never like my actual thing. But the part that always got me with that was, okay, well, I'm writing this code and I'm executing, it's not working. And now I'm going to use like Chrome tools or whatever to go in and try to figure out what happened and why it's not processing correctly, going and digging through system logs. Okay, well, when my script got to this point, this is what happened. The debugger visualizing all of that for us, putting it all on Front Street, showing me exactly what's happening every time this, a step is called is a beautiful thing, and I love it. So we're going to talk a little bit about debugging unit testing. Some of this is going to be review. Some of it's going to be new information. So the debugger, we're familiar with it. We've seen it work today. But it's going to show us how many times a step is hit, what paths our flow is following, how long it takes for each of those steps to execute, what are the inputs and outputs for each step. And it gives us the ability to create unit tests and to import sample data. So we're pretty familiar with the debugger. So let's go ahead and we're going to talk about unit testing first. I'm just going to go ahead and use this as our kickoff to talk about some unit tests. So I'm going to dive back into decisions and I'm just going to delete all of this. Delete. Delete. Get myself a new end step. And I'm going to create a very simple flow that I can create some unit tests for. So, and actually, let me do this. Let me go back. I'm going to use the calculation flow from our week 1 purchase request project. So I'm going to go here, click through flows, and we're going to use our calculation flow. So I've already got some unit tests in here. I'm just going to delete these. So when we're using the debugger on a flow that has given inputs, we're all familiar with it provides us with the list here on the screen where it tells us, okay, well, these are the given inputs. This is what you told me to expect. What should I be running through? And so we can manually every time if we wanted to enter those numbers and then run it. We can start the debugger, watch it process through. But then whenever we create a new session, we have to go in and change that information. And a lot of times we can come up with some sets of data that are representative of the information we're going to be running through this process on a regular basis. And then I can, use my brain and say, okay, well, if I run 3 and 10 through here, what I should be getting back is X. And I think I might need a calculator to actually figure out what it would be. But I know that when I run this through, this is the answer that I should get back. So I can create a rule that's going to test and see if that's the answer I get. If I get that answer, I know that my flow works. And if I don't, I know my flow is broken and I need to investigate why. So I'm going to save this information as a unit test, 3 times 10. Let's see. So I'm going to call this 3, 10, and I am going to use a calculator to make sure that I have the correct answer. So I know that I'm going to be multiplying 30 times 1.04. And so the answer I should be getting back is 31.2. So I'm going to define that here in my unit test rule. So I'm going to say that my total output should equal 31.2. And if it doesn't, this rule is going to evaluate false, and I will then know that my flow is broken and I need to continue to do some more work on that. So I have my new unit test. I'm going to save. and it now appears in the list of unit tests over here on the left. I can execute that by clicking the little play button. It's going to process through. Let's see what we got. Total is 31.2. Cool. Go back to the debugger. I can say run all. It's going to run through all of the unit tests that I've given, and it's just going to give me a check mark or an X here and let me know, hey, this worked the way you expected, or it didn't work the way you expected. Let's go ahead and define another one, and I'm going to intentionally give this one an incorrect answer. I'm going to save as unit test. Call this wrong answers only. And I'm going to say that if total output does not equal 999,000, and I'm going to undo the not, actually, I'm rethinking that. So just give it an answer that I know will be incorrect, just to show what will happen if our unit test evaluates false. So I'm going to save that. Cool. So run all. My 3 times 10 works, but my wrong answers only is returning as incorrect. So if this were real, if I were actually setting up this unit test and I'd given it, okay, so if I process this through this rule, I should be getting this answer back. And if I'm not getting it, I can know, okay, well, I need to investigate why. Let me go into the actual instance of this, see how it ran, investigate the inputs and outputs, and then use the debugger to evaluate where I've gone wrong in my development. So that's unit testing. So debugging and unit testing, this should be a little bit of a review. But now we're going to talk about some more advanced stuff. So simulation mode. So this can be found under testing and simulation on flow steps. So that's this section here at the bottom that we probably haven't used a whole lot just yet. So this will allow us to, say, for instance, run forms with pre-submitted values without displaying the form. We can also use this to skip certain steps to do different behavior when we're debugging or doing unit tests, so that we can avoid confusing ourselves or our flow while we're just doing testing and simulation. So let's take a look at this. Back over here in decisions. Don't save. I'm going to go to my initiate purchase request. Oh, I deleted that. Cool. Nope. Good. Good. Here we go, initiate purchase request flow. So this flow begins with a form. So we're going to try to set up together how to turn on that simulation mode so that it's just going to pre-fill that information and I don't have to fill it out every time. So I'm going to go down to, the testing and simulation, and I'm going to turn this on in the debugger. So simulation selected path, I'm going to say submit. And fixed. So down below, now I have the simulation data section. So here I can just define some constants so that I don't have to fill this out every time. So I'm going to say this is professional services. Item name is going to be a laptop. Need by date. Set that to next week sometime. Price per item, $20. Quantity is 1. It says requester name, requester email. So this will be valerie.waddell@decision.com. And our total, I'm not going to do the math. Oh, 20, 4. Not sure. I'm going to leave that as 20 for right now. So now, whenever I'm using the debugger, it skips the form. It doesn't show it to me. And it just automatically puts in those values that I defined in the simulation data. So it includes all of that info so that I don't have to use the form every single time. Yeah, that's fine, Alex. This is just for demonstration. So it inputs that information every single time so that I can save that and not have to fill out the form whenever I'm debugging. Very handy. So this can also be used just to skip it. So we can also just skip a step. I'm not going to try to do this on a form, but the confirmation form, I can just say in the debugger, simulation path fixed from flow. And maybe it doesn't work on an end form. I'd have to find a different flow. But using simulation, its primary purpose is to do things like this, to say, okay, when I'm using the debugger specifically, don't run this step or run it this specific way. And you can see that in production is unchecked. So if I close out of this flow, save, and I actually try to run this flow, initiate purchase request flow, say run flow, it still shows me the form. So we're not using the testing and simulation mode here, so it's still showing it to me. So I still have the ability to fill out the form. My customers can fill out the form. Anybody who's using this for real can. But when I'm in the debugger trying to troubleshoot my process, I don't have to do it every time. Go. And then finally, using the profiler. So this is a tool that we can use in addition to the debugger to help troubleshoot our processes. So unlike using the debugger to try and find logic problems or development problems in our flow, this can be used to identify and analyze performance bottlenecks. So things that are clogging up my server, that are using a lot of system resources, that are taking a long time, we can use the profiler to analyze those things. So back here in decisions, what I'm going to do in order to use the profiler is I have to start a profiler session. So I have to go down to the system. Where is it? I want to say administration. System tools. Yep, cool. So it's under system and then administration, system tools, and the profiler. So in here, oh, we're apparently profiling right now. I'm going to go ahead and stop that without saving. So in order to capture a session, we're basically turning on like high in debugging mode. We're saying, okay, go ahead and track everything for me. Make detailed logs. I want to know how long every step takes. I want to know what's clogging up my system resources. So we have to start a session in the profiler. So I'm going to start a new session. I'm going to call it testing. And then I'm going to say, okay. So now I've created a new session. Everything that happens from the point I hit saved is now going to be stored in here, and it's going to be reported on. So I can go into my process now. Where was I working? I was working in here. No, Nest 50. Go to my flow, and I can run this process a few times. So if I run flow, it gives me my purchase request form. I can fill these things out. Department. Apple. I want 2 of them, and they're really expensive apples. So submit and close. So now back in the profiler, it's recording all of that information, everything that happens. Once I'm done, and I just want to, okay, I don't want to capture anything else. I just want to save this information so that I can review it. I'm going to say stop profiling and save. And then I can view what all happened in that profile section, in that profiler session. So I'm going to say load session, stored, cohort 1 testing. That's the name that I just gave it, and add. And now I'm looking at this kind of frozen in time. This is no longer live info. This is everything that happened in that like minute or two from the time I turned on the profiler until I stopped it. So I can see that 11 flows were executed, which, you know, some stuff is happening in the background. There were 80 database calls. There were 52 steps called and no hotspots. So this is saying that, hey, there was no particular step that was clogging up system resources. Nothing was going crazy during that time. Everything executed more or less well. I can see details about every single method and call and function that happened during that profiler session. So let's see, RM run my query. So here's my actual flow. This is when it started. So initiating purchase request flow. We did the starting engine, initiating purchase request flow. We can keep following this all the way down. It ran a rule. It looks like we ran another rule, greater than number, start step, end step, and follow that down as far as we want to go. And then there's all the other stuff that was happening in the background at the same time. So I can differentiate stuff that's my flow versus stuff that isn't my flow. This is all the other stuff that was just happening at that same moment. So this is a way that we can use decisions, tools to gather additional information. There's also the option, I can say, start a new profile session. Say, okay, we're now profiling. I can go back to my flow, open up my initiate purchase request flow, do a debug, and in the options, I can say debug and profile. So start debugging, and it's going to be including more detailed information in the profiler. At least it should be. So I can go in here, stop, save profile data, and then load that profile data back in and see what was going on at that time. So about the same level of stuff. So we had 7 flows, 51 database calls, 32 steps, and 0 hotspots, nothing going crazy. Then I should be able to find in the list when my flow was actually kicked off. Service, so it's called boundary. Good job. Okay, hang on. I might be doing this backwards. So whenever in doubt, check out the documentation. So we're going to go to troubleshooting using the profiler. There should be a section in here for using it with the debugger. Not allowing flow. Interesting. So we will look at this the way that the documentation has it written, mostly because it's not working the way I expect it to. But from our flow, go back into my initiate purchase request flow. And in the debugger, instead of just saying debug, I'm going to say profile flow. It's going to run it the same way. I'm not seeing the debugger, but I can pass my information through. Select my department. Still some very expensive apples, not quite as expensive as before. And it should profiler will appear, display profile information. No. System administration, system tools, profiler. Cool. Yeah, so it sounds like it should be in here, but the typical way we would use the profiler is the way that I just showed. So we would start a new profiling session, allow it to record for a period of time, and then come back and see what all was going on in our system at that time. Because very often the things that are slowing you down aren't actually part of your process. It's other stuff that's going on. Maybe I have a scheduled job I have running every minute, which I actually did last week as part of class. I set up a scheduled job, had it run all the time, and then when I turned around, it had been running every minute for like an hour and was just about to crash our training server. That could be what's actually causing the problem. So by using the profiler in its default form this way is going to be most useful most of the time. So Alex asks, once I start the profiler, it will capture everything that was going on, including my flow to test, right? If so, is there a way to only show the activities related by my flow? So using one of the other methods that we found here in this documentation would be the way to do that. However, it's not working the way I expect it to. So this is the way I would recommend doing it, is viewing the entire system. But yes, we can use either the profile flow or debug and profile ideally to view only what's happening with your flow. So I'm going to share this with everybody here, that documentation from the Decisions website. So great question. So that's debugging and troubleshooting. So we talked a little bit about unit tests, which was a review. We talked about using the simulation and testing features on our steps. And we talked about using the profiler to investigate system slowdowns. Do we have any questions on those three topics? Cool. All right, everybody, let's do this. So profiler, cool. So let's go ahead and take a 15-minute break, clear your minds, come up with any questions about anything that we've discussed so far today. When we come back, we're going to introduce your project for the week. And then the rest of the day today, I'm going to release you. You will have the rest of this time, development time, or if you're traveling, you got other things to do, we'll have that time for that as well. But we're going to go ahead and make sure that you have as much time as possible so that we don't end up running out of hours in the week to complete this project. So go ahead and take 15 minutes. We will come back at 3:15 and introduce our projects for the week, our data cleanup project. So I'll see you all in just a few minutes. Thank you, Phil. We are now recording. So again, your process model is meant to be representative of what the logic of your flow will be, but not meant to be a representation of what your actual flow will look like. So we're going to start by uploading a file. Our user is going to take care of that. They're going to get a notification that the process has started. Then we're going to be processing in parallel. And these are going to look like branch and merge steps. But again, this is not meant to show what your flow looks like. This is meant to give us an idea of what the actual function and logic of this is. So this is going to be done in parallel. We're going to call the normalization API. So we're going to reach out to USPS and say, hey, this is the address I have. What do you show as being the correct address for this? We're going to fetch the record item from the master data from the database. If there's no record, we're going to create a new one. If there's an existing record, we're going to update it with the normalized address. Once we've done that, we've normalized all of the addresses, we're then going to insert them into the database and then send our user an email notification with some details about what all was done. So again, note here, the process model is meant to show general functionality and user interaction. It is not a mock-up of the flow or the steps to use to build the flow. So our feature overview, we're going to have our CSV imports. So we're going to take these from a CSV file. We're going to do the address cleanup. So that's reaching out to USPS and normalizing it, and then saving the records that we come up with to the address master data or the address master data table copy, depending on your system. So some assumptions about this project. The import file will always be in a CSV format. So I don't need to worry about auto format or other different types of files that our user could potentially upload. It's always going to be a CSV. Data will be fetched from an external database integration, stored and managed in Decisions during this process. And then we get into the actual requirements. So our user in Decisions launches a form to upload the new address file. So there's going to be a form. That's where our process is going to start for our user. They're going to upload that CSV, and then they'll be notified that the process has begun using an end form. After the file is complete, after the file upload, I believe that should say is complete, the user should receive an email notification, after the file processing is complete. So that's what file processing is complete. The user should receive an email notification with the number of records updated, number of records inserted, any errors that occurred, and any errors that occurred during the process. So the inputs that we're going to take in are going to be that input file. It's that XLS CSV file. So it's going to contain all of these fields. So account code and all the stuff that we added to our address master data copy data structure earlier. So our form for the CSV input should contain the ability for the user to upload the CSV file to be processed. So it's going to have that file to upload input. And then two outcomes, submit and cancel. For the address cleanup, each record imported from the Excel file should be run through the USPS normalization API to standardize the address. The record should be updated with the standardized address. Then we're going to save records to the address master data table copy. So after each record is normalized, it will be compared with the existing address master data copy. Records will be matched against the account code field. If the record does not exist, we're going to add a new one. And if it does exist, the address of the imported data will be compared against the address of the existing record. If the addresses do not match, the record will be updated with the normalized address of the imported data. So we're going to use two external integrations. One we've already set up. So we all have our address master data database connection. Some of us will be using it differently than others. But we've already all set this up. We should all have access to our address master data connection. Then we're going to use the USPS address normalization. So we're going to do this with the module. There is a USPS module in the App Store in Decisions that we're going to install. And then we're all going to use these pieces of information to sign into that. So everybody's going to be using the same user ID and password. We don't anticipate problems with that. We've done some testing. It should be fine. Just remember, be a considerate developer. We're all using this together. Don't start up a flow that's going to call this a million times and get us locked out. So our mockups, this is what our file import screen form should look like. So we have our ability to import the file, and then those two outcomes, import and cancel. The end form for confirmation, and then a mockup of our email confirmation. So you can see here that it's going to tell our user the number of records it processed, how many new records were created, new records inserted, and records without error, records with errors. Any errors that occur need to be listed, with which account code or address code wasn't able to be processed and what exactly the error was on that. The data structures we're going to create, we're going to use two flow structures for the first two. So address data and address handler. So flow structure, somebody check out the decisions data structure matrix. And what are some key features of a flow structure? Or what makes it different from some of the other data structures that you've used so far? There's one really big key difference between this and any other data structure that you've used in class up to this point. Doesn't save data. Absolutely. So we also heard no process tracking. That's also true. Cannot be persisted to database. That's what I'm looking for, is that the flow structure gives us the ability to assemble our data, keep it structured, allow us to move it through the flow more easily, but it never writes to the database. That's not something that does. Once our flow is done executing, this data just goes away, it disappears. The only place we're going to be writing our data to is going to be our address master data copy, or if you're on a local instance, to the actual database itself. So if you're on a training instance, we've created that database structure for that. We did that together as a group. And of course, if you're on a local instance, you're going to be actually writing that information to the database. So we're going to have one group or role, and that's going to be data importers. This group of users will have the ability to launch the import process. So those are the people that look at the form. Logging and error handling, we're going to use the error handling project again, just like we did last time. For any error, error handling flow should be called async in all cases where we're using it in this project. Any errors that occur in the parallel processing, the error message should be passed out in the address handling object with the data. This error message will be included in the summary email as well. So we're actually going to save that with our address data so that we can report on it in our email to our user. Now, again, not saved to the database, but it's still going to go in the email report to the user about what happened as part of this process running. So we should see that here in the address handler flow structure, we have our error message and record status. Process errors should generate an assignment. So that's default functionality in the error handling project. We should get an assignment. Since it's not called out here, I'm going to assume it's called out in the task matrix, but if not, we'll note that that needs to go to the admin group. So errors with the address normalization should be reported in the summary email, but not go through the error handling process. So specifically things that go wrong in normalization. So when we're calling out to USPS, if something goes wrong there, we're going to include it in the summary email, but it's not going to trigger the error handling process. And then we have some conditions for testing. The only part of this that I'm really going to go through right now is the note on testing. We're going to need to clear out our results from previous tests before we run again, or it's going to taint our results. So for those of you who are on training instances, that's the flow that we built together earlier today. So it's going to loop through the database of the data structure, delete everything, call out to the database and replace it. If you're on a local instance, it's that restore database procedure that Jared walked you through earlier today. So those are the requirements. Everybody go ahead and look through the document. Let's see if we can come up with some questions. Now, knowing that the task matrix is coming and that this is going to be more prescriptive, it's going to give us a little bit more of a, okay, here's what you do first kind of level of things. Do we have questions about the requirements from a high level? What Address Corp expects from us? So yes, test files with addresses will be provided. So that's going to be in the task matrix. So anything to do with, hey, how am I going to do that? That stuff's going to be in here. But what we're really wondering about right now, while we're looking at the requirements document, is what do they want us to do? So this is the part where we find out the what. The how is going to come over here in the task matrix. Cool. All right, so moving over to that task matrix, let's start talking about the how. So this project has 4 requirements broken down into individual tasks. So the first thing that we're going to do is create that data importer group, just like we did before. Then we're going to create our designer folder, set up our scaffolding, and create our first data structure. So this is the address data. Up next is creating the form. So this is where our user is going to start the input process and then create the flow that's going to contain our import process. So I do want to remind everyone, so it's 1.1.5. I think in the last one, it was 1.1.6, where it seemed like, okay, how to draw an owl, draw 2 circles, now draw the rest of the owl. It's going to seem like that's what it's saying here. I want to remind everyone, all you're doing here is creating the flow. You create flow, call it import flow, and you're done. All of this other information is context that will be given later in the document. So before you panic, I know I did, I've told everybody the first time I read these, I went, oh my gosh, they want me to do all of that right here? Nope, go ahead and take a breath, read through the rest of the requirements, because there are more details and steps down below. Again, 1.1.6 is test full process. You can't test the full process. It's the 6th item on the list. So before you panic, read through the rest and know that some of these things are going to come out of order. For instance, we've already taken care of 3.1.1 through 3.2.2. So for everybody who went through with me creating that flow that resets that master data copy data structure, we've already completed these tasks. For those of you who are on local connections, you've already done set up the database connection. You've probably got your table integration, and you know how to reset it every time you run your process through. So everybody, go ahead and take a few minutes, read through the task matrix. Some of these things, go ahead and expect if my answer is, you'll find out when you get there. It's not meant to be rude or kind of shove you off. It's just, hey, this is going to make more sense once you actually get into it, kind of a thing. But if we have questions right off the bat, I will do my best to answer them if there is an answer I can give without kind of removing the fundamental nature of the project that we're doing. So for the test file that gets called out in the task matrix, I know some of us don't have access to Google. So I'm also going to put this into the LMS. And call out any other files that you see that way. If you see a file that's asking you to use and you don't see it here in Basecamp, just let me know. So can I try to do all this using my instance of MySQL instead of MS SQL? If you want to give it a try, I don't care what database you use. However, maybe I do actually. Let me take that back. So first, you would need to install an additional DLL. There's like other things you have to do, 2 decisions to get it to work best with MySQL. Also, the way that we're operating with this course is that we're doing what the customer asks. So for instance, on the last project, if you submitted a travel request project with forms that don't look like the requirements document, you got marked off for that. That's not what our customer asked for. And that's the way that this is set up to be. So I'm going to go ahead and say no, go ahead and use the databases that we've provided. Good question, though. Believe me, my Linux open source heart would like nothing more than to get away from Microsoft SQL. That would do me a lot of good personally, but that's not what Address Corp has asked us for. Good question. What other questions do we have? Looking at that list of requirements, do we feel ready to get started? Do we see anything that we can identify already as blockers? At some point in the next 20 minutes, I'm going to release class and we will be beginning our project. So look ahead, see if you can identify anything off the bat, anything that seems like you have no idea how to do that. And do keep in mind that some of these requirement times are way inaccurate. I can tell you that creating the file import form, that should take no more than 20 minutes. We have it down here as 2 hours. That is not accurate. That form has 3 components on it, 2 buttons and a file import. That should take no more than 20 minutes. So don't become overwhelmed by what you see here necessarily. Cool. So our tasks for today, I'm going to go ahead and update our slide that we're going to use for the week to identify our tasks. So this is 11/1. We are already in November, everybody. Through the end of the week is November 5th. Guy Fawkes Day, everyone. So Allah says, I'm getting an error when importing the DB. What error? So for everyone, I just want to remind everybody, so same rules as last week. If you're getting an error, you can't just say I'm getting an error. You must give me more detail than that. What exactly is the error? What are the steps you're performing? We've got to have that input in order to best help. It's importing locally, but the address data table has no records. Okay, so Chris, I'm going to make you a panelist. And I want you to show me what's going on. And Alex, that's correct. You're only using the address master data copy if you're using our training environment. Cool, thank you, Ala. Yeah, so I did promise that I would show you guys this anyway. If you're trying to obliterate something from decisions, like you've created a data structure that should no longer exist, we're going to do that by using a SQL query. So bear with me just a second, Chris, and we're going to take a look at your error. So the way that we would do that is from a designer folder, we will go to other, and then the query editor. So here I can execute direct SQL queries. So I'm going to find a data structure that I want to get rid of. I'm sure I have 1,000,001 travel requests, and these are case sensitive. So if you have capital T's in there, you need to include those. So this is one that was from a student. I can go ahead and delete that. So I'm going to generate a delete query, and you can see it starts me off with a where statement. If I remove that where statement and just run it, it's going to delete everything. So I deleted 5 rows in 27 milliseconds. If I want to delete that data structure entirely, I'm going to change that statement to drop table. And it's going to remove that data structure. Here we go. And Chris, you should be able to speak and share your screen. Let's see what's happening with your database.
Okay, can you see it?
I can.
Okay, so this is our Azure hosted instance. We did import it, but Decisions really does not like the connection to it. So I decided I would try it on my machine. This is a local copy. And I imported it or restored it. But right here, there's no data.
Interesting. Okay.
And I've deleted and restored it a couple times.
Let's take a look at mine very quickly and see what we would be seeing there. So kind of like whoever it was that was speaking in chat, I am not a fan of Microsoft SQL. I use MySQL myself. So everything that goes on in SSMS, like I have a vague understanding of it. I'm like, oh yeah, it's MySQL Workbench, except not. So I'm just gonna take a look. Database. And so while I'm doing this, in your instance, Chris, you said it's on Azure, so you're using like a production instance for your company, or do you have one actually installed on your local laptop?
Well, I have both. So what I have down here, this is our Azure development instance. And
but your Decisions instance, is it
oh,
local or
the
using that Azure
Decisions
hosted?
instance is not local.
Okay.
It's down
Okay.
here on support, which is Azure.
Okay. Now I do see a Decisions database up top. So the Decisions instance that you're using for this week, I just want to confirm, is the one that's hosted on Azure and not on your actual computer, right?
Correct, because
Okay.
you can't do the modules on the local instance.
So yeah, you sure can, or at least you should be able to. Let's see. So moving aside from that, so yes, you should be able to do modules on your local, even if it's a trial instance. But yeah, it turns out I don't have a copy of this in here. So let's do this, Chris. We're going to take this offline. We're going to follow this up in Slack.
Okay.
So if you could, just go ahead and grab a screenshot of this, post it into Slack, and we'll follow up from there. I'll actually go through the import process because my current computer doesn't have it on there. And then we will find out what exactly is happening with that.
All righty.
Cool. Thanks, Chris.
Thank you, Valerie.
Go. All right. So can you show again what you did to delete bad structures and their associated records? Good. So you use the query editor for that. So so by default, when you delete things out of Decisions, it doesn't actually delete. It gets marked as deleted, but the information remains. So use the query editor for that. So you're actually writing SQL queries here to drop a table if you want to do that. So what we're going to do is I'm going to find that documentation. And you don't have to do this, by the way. There's very few instances, like only in a case where I've created a data structure and then I don't like what I did. So I'm going to go back and remake it entirely with the same name. Then I would go in and obliterate that data structure. But this is not necessary. It's perfectly functional to just say data structure 2 instead to avoid this problem. But, oh, not that. That is not a sensitive password, everybody, just so that you know. That's one that we used for, if you're on a local instance, it probably looks very familiar to you. So where does it have how to drop a table? Cool. So this is the documentation on using the query editor, and I'll just show again here on my screen that if I want to obliterate a data structure, this is another student's data structure that I imported. I can do a select query, or I'm just going to clear that out. I'm going to run a delete query. So this will, by removing the where statement, delete everything that's in that data structure. And then if I want to remove it entirely, obliterate it from existence, drop table. And if this doesn't make sense to you, if things like where statement, drop table, if those are words you do not know, please do not attempt this. Remake your data structure with a new name. So if when I say, select query, drop table, those are things you don't understand, please don't attempt this. But I will share with everyone the documentation anyway. Gotcha. Sorry about that. So that is going to be in the recording. The documentation for the query editor is now in the chat. And I'm going to say that that's enough about using query editor, because it is advanced and you will break things. And again, one more time for everyone, if those SQL terms that I'm using don't make sense, please don't try it at home. Cool. Good questions. What other questions do we have? So I know we've got some database stuff to work out. I'm going to say we go ahead and take those into Slack. We address those on a one-by-one basis. Yeah, we don't do the RMTAC RF game. That's the let's not. There is no System 32 virus, everybody. Cool. I see no more new questions coming through. So I believe that that will indicate that we are good to go ahead and get started. So our tasks for today, I'm just going to go ahead and show these again. Knowing that some of those times are a little bit inflated, we have no tasks from yesterday, but today our task is to complete 1.1.1 through 1.1.5. So that's our goal, is to complete those first 5 tasks in our data cleanup project. So I'm going to go ahead and release class now with an hour left in the day. That should give us time to get through those 5 tasks. And then in the morning, we're going to have our Scrum task meeting, just like we did last week. That's going to be every day at 9:15. It should be pretty short, but we're also going to have, like on the calendar, it says 15 minutes, but I'm going to stick around and we're going to do Q&A after. So don't panic. We're going to do Q&A with each other. We're going to make sure that everyone has what they need to complete their project. So I'm probably going to be a little bit more aggressive with the tasking, just because, last week it ended up with like, oh, well, last day we're kind of doing everything. So I'm going to be assigning more than 8 hours of work a day. So keep that in mind, that some of those times are inflated. They're intended to represent how long the architect would take to do those things. But like 2 hours to create a full control on it, like y'all can do that. That's not going to be a big deal. So let's keep that communication open. Post in Slack if you need assistance. And happy building, everybody. I'll see you tomorrow morning at 9:15 a.m. Eastern US time. Right. Have a great day, everybody. We'll see you in the morning.